from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
really early teleports.
That's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now, and up PYL's getting a move back. Dyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. What gets it now? Godby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD though, they've already lost one. Last one. He's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill. How much can he get back? Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fight. That's Jin's head. And the rest of RNG saying, yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best. Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyanan has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's Death Sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Jankos has already killed him. Now Jankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down.
Comes Perks.
Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. It's the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goong, remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is, absolutely. Goong can do one more shot, he will go down. Watch managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was gonna live, but Watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet. Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side.
Standard lanes, Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Last Boy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
really early teleports.
That's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now, and up PYL's getting a move back. Dyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. What gets it now? Godby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD though, they've already lost one. Last one. He's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill. How much can he get back? Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fight. That's Jin's head. And the rest of RNG saying, yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best. Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyanan has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's Death Sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Jankos has already killed him. Now Jankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down. Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. It's the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goong, remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is, absolutely. Goong can do one more shot, he will go down. Watch managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was gonna live, but Watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet. Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side.
Standard lanes, Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Last Boy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
Really early
arrow.
teleports.
That's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now and uphill. El's getting a move back. Dyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. Mod gets enough. Godby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD though, they've already lost one. Last one. He's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill. How much can he get back? Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fight. That's Jin's head. And the rest of RNG saying, yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best. Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyanan has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's death sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Jankos has already killed Ming. Now Jankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down.
Comes Perks.
Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. It's the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goong, remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is, absolutely. Goong can do one more shot, he will go down. Watch managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was gonna live, but Watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet.
Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side.
Standard lane, Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Last Boy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
Really early
arrow.
teleports.
That's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now and uphill. El's getting a move back. Dyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. Mod gets enough. Godby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD though, they've already lost one. Last one. He's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill. How much can he get back? Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fight. That's Jin's head. And the rest of RNG saying, yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best. Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyanan has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's death sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Jankos has already killed Ming. Now Jankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down.
Comes Perks.
Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. It's the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goong, remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is, absolutely. Goong can do one more shot, he will go down. Watch managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was gonna live, but Watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet.
Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side.
Standard lane, Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Last Boy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
Really early
arrow, and
teleports.
that's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now. Now PYL's getting a move back. Tyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. Not gets enough. Godby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD though, they've already lost one. Last one. It's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill. How much can he get back? Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fight. That's Jin's head. And the rest of RNG saying, yes, Mr. Uzi, we will do our best. Let's see if MLXG can deliver. As it stands, G2 are 3-1 up in kills. They've got a 500 gold lead. And Hyanan has been the recipient of both of those Lantern kills. If you look at the item differences as well, Perks has got himself the Luden's Echo, and here comes MLXG. He's still got that Rift Herald, but Ming's Death Sentence goes wide. The box goes down, Uzi jumps in. Here comes MLXG. Defensive flashes. Yankos has already killed Ming. Now Yankos is turning it back around. Defensive flash from Uzi. Teleport's coming down.
Comes
Perks. Not just to find out. Perks blows up RNG, and G2 win the fight.
It ends up being a 3-0 in favor of G2. It's the shield from Jenna to try and win the trades.
Flash available for Goog, remember, he got caught out again. Is it going to be enough damage? Yes, it is, absolutely. Goog has to do one more shot, he will go down. Watch, managed to pick him off to make it an even trade. The kill, of course, went to Watch in there, but the save had to come down. He did miss out on a lot of CS in that top lane.
Goong had some great dodges right there. He was able to juke enough. He was gonna live, but watch kicks over going to secure his death and the trade.
Not over yet.
Yeah, Watch is still in there. We see that Loveling is sitting around the side. He's going to face check in.
Flanking in.
Watch gets the vision. Teleport comes around. The slow on Watch. In comes going around the side.
Standard lane, Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Last Boy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Last Boy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
Really early
arrow, and
teleports.
that's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go.
Okay, yeah, my sound works. I can already tell that veteran's gonna be loud, so that's gonna
What is up, Drama Alert Nation?
yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna lower this a lot. Okay. Good now. Alright. Daga. Was it a banger? It's literally just... It's fine. I'm good. Alright, do we want, music? What music do we want? Playlist. Do we feel less doom about Fnatic than we did about, Rogue?
Do we feel less doomed about Fnatic?
Yes.
Fnatic's success made me feel doomed for Europe.
Fnatic's success makes me feel doomed for Europe. Okay, but do we want the important question is what playlist do we want?
Oh. Right. You meant like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like last time you typed in something, it brought up nothing like what I was thinking of.
Exactly.
So, I don't know.
So I don't
Just type in K-Corp and see what comes up.
nothing will come up. If something comes up for K Corp and nothing came up for the other stuff, then we really...
Type in Gorilla.
Well, I typed in K Corp and I got car ads, chill out lounge, and dreamy ambient and exciting venture. So
And type in Gorilla.
Gorilla. Okay.
Yep.
that got nothing. So we're more successful. with-
Gorilla got nothing, but K-Corp got something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want car ads, or what do we want?
I don't know. You choose.
Well, we'll do exciting venture. We'll be optimistic. Okay, we're good now.
My presence and my voice are one-to-one right now, so that needs to be fixed, or they will never hear you.
Please turn up your mic. I'm not gonna turn up my mic. It can't go up any higher. It's doomed. Yeah. I mean, my mic cannot go up any higher.
Just turn me down on Discord. Just like right-click me on Discord and turn the volume down. I have to do that
I
for
already
Team
did
Sword.
that, but it's more that I'm quiet than that you're loud. So I'm gonna
Alright.
make that clear.
Alright.
Is what I'm reading in the chat. Setting sound. Because what I did was I changed down the level, right? That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Properties. Because I reduced the level because to try to reduce the amount of feedback that I was getting on my mic. But now I'm just quiet as fuck, so it's all good.
Well, I can hear you pretty loud now, so.
Okay. Hooray. Alright, so we're talking about Fnatic. That only took a million years. Welcome, chat, to our conversation about Fnatic. I mean, I increased the level, so. What are your thoughts on what video gaming we should watch, veteran?
So the only like super interesting, so for me the only super interesting parts of Fnatic are the final 2 weeks they're playing, where they were trying to do something other than what they always do. Otherwise, any game you look at on your Leaguepedia match history where they are playing Callista Trist is basically going to go quite similarly. The longer games will be more interesting than the shorter games because they do have massive issues in closing out games, including against teams like Australis. I remember there was a 40-minute game where it was Tristana Alistair bot lane. Because Hylissang inted like 4 times, and then one time it succeeded, which is classic Hylissang, and they won the game. Trying to look for the Tristana Alistair game on there. Because they basically play heavy to dive bot lane. The system they ended up with was one where Whippo does 2 clears while Niski fixes the rest of the map for him, and then he uses those 2 clears to just repeat dive bot. And I mean repeat dive bot. Like sometimes he'll just dive and then oink in Tribush until the enemy comes back and then dive again. And off of those leads, they just try to play the tempo game around the map, and if that tempo game's ever interrupted, then they look like they have issues, and the Hylissang drags them back in. Obviously, Hylissang's had some insane games if they've got an early priority on bot, but overall, I think their 2v2 is actually pretty overrated. So I don't know, but you see that brief period where they... So, scroll down. I realize that you're looking most of the place. Scroll down.
Yep.
So you see, like, the pattern it is in summer until, like, the last week where there's randomly a Jinx game and an Ezreal game. Those games, they're trying to do a different style of play where they have the Rengar and the Mundos and shit. And it didn't work out, and I had to read a bunch of Reddit comments about how weak Ezreal was because that's all they could fathom. So it might be interesting to watch some of those, but you do need to get a better view of how they're probably going to play at Worlds, which is basically any other games. If they had length here, I would suggest just watching the longer games to see their difficulties in closing and why that would be. So you can see the Australis game right there, for example. So maybe watching the Australis game, because it lasted so long, would be a good starting point. And then going to their later games and eventually their playoff games. I feel like Niski always played the way that he played in playoffs. He was just kind of underappreciated until playoffs. So, yeah.
Alright then. Niski is underappreciated until playoffs. So this Astralis game is what you want to start with, or this one?
I think the one with Tristan and Allison, they both have Tristan. No, yeah, the one with Tristan, so yeah, that one. It's an early on game, so you can start with that one and then move into later games and then move into playoffs.
Got it. We did like 3 games yesterday for the 100 Thieves VOD review this morning.
Oh, okay, in that case, it's doomed. It's impossible to get an overview of any team in 3 games, by the way. I don't know how you do that.
Well, that's because it was mostly a discussion, because I already know about 100 Thieves.
I watched Fnatic with you on stream, though. We live viewed a couple of their games, so you kind of know what to expect.
Yeah. I did the live view with Fnatic versus, was it G2 or I think it was G2.
And you also were there for, yeah, it was G2 because you were there for the Gangplank Renekton level 1. And we also saw Fnatic when we did Rogue. And tried not to comment on bot lane, and you failed that, but whatever. Your video is very massive on stream.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why did my settings just get completely messed up? It's very weird. I don't understand.
Yeah. Like on Discord it's fine, but on Twitch it's zoomed in. I was already calling Niski like the Doinby of Europe, and then I got told that apparently he went on Domstream and said that all he does is literally just watch Doinby VODs over and over again and try to imitate him.
I mean, he already said that last year, so.
There you go. But last year he was in a random region that I don't watch because I'm not an idiot.
All of my stream settings got changed for reasons that I cannot understand, but they're fixed now, maybe. I like this one, this exciting venture playlist. Seems good, you know, K-Corp. Okay. Alright, so looking at the setup of the team composition selection. This is very well put together. Lucian, first pick. Really? Nocturne Prio is this high?
It was towards the start of the split. We saw Rogue do early Nocturne games
this
as well.
This is 11.12, whatever, never mind. I'm thinking
I mean,
my brain is dead, so. Rumble, Jungle.
Can we skip? Okay, we're gonna do draft. I'm gonna fall asleep while you do draft.
I'm just looking at like the compositions, more or less. So yeah, I'm just anticipating that effectively what's going to happen is they're gonna play for level 2 all in bot lane. If it goes well, then they're gonna use their globals to dive bot like post 6, right? Like 5:30-ish.
Okay, so what's interesting for me in this, to purely talk about the teams, what's really interesting for me in this and in the way that Fnatic end up involving is that I think it was very predictable if you were a North American analyst. At least if you were a North American analyst who also experienced in Europe. Because the big thing that the Nemesis situations of Fnatic found out was that if they were running like Shen TF, Nocturne TF, Nocturne Galio, these kinds of double global compositions, they had a phenomenal amount of success. Mostly in the terms of cheating away from their laning phase and taking picks in situations they otherwise wouldn't be able to because they were not very good at setting up in exterior of those, right? On that, Niski's champ pool is almost perfect for this team. If you remember the ways that they were winning games beforehand. And this also indicates to me a massive level of authority that either Whipper or Hylissang has over the team, because this style, Fnatic that we see now, was actually the winning style that Fnatic had before. And people remember that, like, the games of Nemesis that arguably got him benched were the ones with Galio, etc., where they were running their double globals and it wasn't working out. Niski does nothing but play that style. So that's something that I think could have been predictable. On the idea that he was also doing this in North America, because you're not the first person to tell me that he was playing like this in NA as well. I didn't watch enough NA to know. So
He just gave up. He would just frequently give up farm for like top or bot dive. Usually top. So I think right now, and not even dive, just like he would be the one who would be hovering lanes to get recalls. Thank you for the Prime sub, DM Dodo. You have many places to use your Prime. Thank you for using it here. Hooray! Okay. We've got effectively so Rumble's pathing up, Viego's pathing down. Once again, very strange. I feel like in Europe, junglers just expect that they don't get invaded, and they're frequently like pathing away from their prio lanes.
Inspired seems to believe he's not going to get invaded. Whippo, on the other hand, knows that Niski will give up everything to ensure he doesn't get invaded, so it's slightly different.
Yeah, but I mean, Zanzara is just doing the same thing as well, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't care about Zanzara.
Got it. Wow, rude. I'm just saying, it seems relatively common.
I don't like Zanzara now because I was under the impression that Trundle's first clear was very, very slow until I realized it's just that he's actually really bad at clearing on Trundle.
Oh no, he started Raptors and he went top camps. That's fine. And Bwipo is just going 4 camp into gank, which, you know, already you're kind of supposed to do that, but this is a case where I wouldn't expect the gank to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just
It didn't really. It gifted them a trade, but that was about it. I mean, you burned summoners.
Yeah,
so
you burn summoners, but I wouldn't expect this gank to work or to be that impactful, because like you should have. Let's go back. One, theoretically, you can have this warded just because of where you're positioned in the lane, right? Galio could have already warded this like 2 minutes. The other is because even if you do get the gank off, it's not really going to do much. Also, they burned summoners for before Bwipo even shows up, so I guess there's that.
I mean, they burn before he shows up, but they're aware that they're isolated at that point. And if you watch any Fnatic game, i.e. if they did any scouting, they'd know that, yeah, everything is allowed to be given up. Oh, I'm just remembering White Knight was really good.
On contrary opinion, counterpoint, if they watched Fnatic game, they probably would have warded already.
Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, they probably just didn't think of doing it. Why ward when we know he's gonna be there? Sure.
Do you have conversations with yourself like that?
That's exactly what from this key would have. That's exactly what it was said. It would have been that would have been that coach would have said we should ward there, and he would have gone, why wards if we already know they're gonna be there?
So that you don't have to burn heal to get out of the situation. Anyway, there was stuff happening.
Yeah, but we already know they're going to be there. I'm going to do the same thing anyway. I'm either going to burn hill or not. You think I'm going to leave the wave, is what he would say.
Yes, you're gonna leave the wave. Sorry. Okay. Here we go.
You go, what? Who leaves the wave? Oh, it was Nickly, you'd say that, though. He would.
FNC games are really entertaining. They push the limit. Says
I mean,
that.
they flip. And then you lose faith in the region because the flips work way more than they should.
But again, this is like the kind of gank that doesn't make sense to me. Like, this shouldn't be functional because of the wave state, right? Does
The Australis gank.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Fnatic ganked in the same positioning, so I just don't understand. Like, did junglers in Europe think that it's better to do it this way? Like, do they think, oh, okay, we're gonna crash a...
I mean, we're not sending Australis, so I don't know why we keep
Because
talking
Fnatic
about them.
did it with the wave in the opposite side as well.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Talk about
Yeah.
that. But I don't care about Zanzibar if Promise Q and shit.
I'm
will
just
do well.
literally asking if Europe thinks like, oh, okay, we should gank with the lane. The wave is the
Zanzibar's
is
thinking
out.
that they have to step up on the minions on that wave because the wave is actually really good for Jess and Tristal perma push. That's all he's thinking. And Hylissang has no flash at that point, so why not? That's all he's thinking there. Binary doesn't even have that good setup, but Promise Q had flash, so maybe he was hoping Promise Q would just jump in. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but that's what they're thinking, right? It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
like
just-
Promise Q jumps in like that.
Yeah.
He's off, and he's supposed to go in on that. And yeah, that kind of ended up working out. Either Hylissang does that, or Hylissang walks back because he has no flash. Either way, Zanzibar will get on top of that.
Yeah, but this ends up being like worse for Astralis because of the wave state and the fact that top wave was the way it was, right? So this is like not typically the way that you gank on.
That's the thing, though. Like, to discuss that comment, we have to discuss the Australis gank. And I don't care.
Then we can discuss the Fnatic gank.
I'd rather get to the next one because I'm thinking, like, there's this, it might be worth watching the first Vitality game, and then we haven't even reached playoffs yet, and you only got 3 before. We're talking about Australis. It's like...
Okay, do we only want to watch part of this game?
No, because the most important thing is like why it took them so long to close. Right, I actually haven't rewatched this game, but them taking a long time to close is quite common. The thing about this game is that, no offense to them, but it is Australis, and this is before Australis became memed for, you know, doing well when 10k gold behind. And even when the meme was that they're doing well 10k gold behind, the game still lasted like 25 minutes max. So I actually meant to rewatch this game myself.
Okay. So Promise Q is setting up this pink ward, and Promise Q should already be mid, because they really want to contest this wave. Instead we have Yeskla. Oh, it's farming Galio. Oh, I forgot that this was a thing. This split, this people were doing starving Senna.
Missold Senna.
So yeah, the Rumble and the Senna were mid on a good window. Hylissang and Bwipo, however, were not mid on the correct window. So throwing that out there, which is what we care about. Oh, are we hard shifting down for double dive?
You mean because of Adam's lean on mid?
Yeah, Fnatic lead.
Yeah, he'll do that a lot to give Nisqy reset or roam. Like either one of those is a nice call.
Either one of them wants to roam bot as probably the next wave though, like not this one. So it's kind of an early rotation. So yeah, we'll have to go mid for another wave. Because theoretically...
The lean was just the pure Drake, yeah.
Yeah. But did they even get the wave in? I don't know, it's kind of weird.
See ya. Here comes the boom.
Meanwhile, Magic Felix just decides to die. You know.
Yeah.
For no apparent reason.
We're face checking Alistair, Trist, TF.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, he's just... I wonder what they're doing. Hi, guys! TFTI.
See, now Magic Felix is saying we should have warded there. And now Promiscu is saying, for the last fucking time, if we know where they are, why do we have to ward?
Look, his vision score is higher than Hillsong's right now. Oh no, okay, it just changed as I said that. Okay, Hexpack, so flash over the wall. Magic Felix is, Nisqy is not gonna be here in time for you to do this. He's just kinda wanking a bit. That's okay. He doesn't really have a job bottom. Like, theoretically, he could be getting XP. Oh, did he show? Oh, nice. Okay. I mean, he just waits for it. He's like, eventually, this guy's gonna step up. And he's gonna get chunked. And it's not gonna be that worth it. But he's gonna do it. So, that's exactly what just happened on my screen. Does Fnatic inspire less vitriol in you than Rogue does?
In me?
Yes, in you.
As long as they keep paying me in Fnatic gear, yeah.
Oh, okay.
The Fnatic making it to Worlds is it doesn't bode well for basically anyone but Mad Lions, because Mad Lions seem to be doing their own thing right now. It shouldn't have been close, really. It just strikes me as like a when old Vitality made it, you know?
Okay, this is actually a really impactful blue buff steal, I think. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. Because the reason why this is pretty huge, and we're not talking about tendencies or anything yet, it's just like...
I'm not, because I just want to see how they work with the mid-late game part, but we're on this right now.
You could have told me to start with the mid-late game, but...
I mean, I told you at the start why we wanted to watch this one,
told
but
me
like,
why
if
we
you
wanted
like,
to.
yeah, but yes, but it's like you kind of know the tendencies. I figured we were just 2 times all of this early part and talk about it instead of, you know, getting bogged down in whether Zanzibar should have ganked bot or if Promiscu should have warded. That is a banger. This second blue buff steal is actually really common these days, and every time I see it, I think of that article you wrote on TSM.
Oh, we talked about that yesterday. That's okay.
I used your article on TSM to help answer the would TSM beat Rogue thing ages ago. Right, you remember when Duke tweeted that thing out? And the conclusion I came to was that there's only one team in Europe that does the exact same playstyle as TSM, so you could use that as a litmus test. It's just that one team is Rogue. So...
There you go.
Because it's still the same, by the way. It was still the same in the VOD reviews that we were doing. Like they either went for Raptors or they went for the second blue buff. Otherwise, they didn't do shit. They're still the same.
It was just like Raptors. The Raptors fascination was really bizarre. I don't know.
Yeah, that's also in your TSM article.
Hmm.
Like they are still just TSM but Europe. In which case, my conclusion was that therefore they would win because they have better players.
Well, the blue buff deny here was actually pretty big because it's really hard for... You can actually prevent Niski from getting a window until he has Lost Chapter. Stralis didn't do anything with it though. But it's interesting.
Wouldn't it be way less impactful against TF than anyone else?
Not really.
It's double Qs after 5 on the backline. You don't need red, so he can just blue card.
Yeah, you can blue card, but I mean, I still think it's a situation where it's like you can actually punish, especially because you have a winning mid matchup, right? So.
Miriam, what do you think about them? Is he really an outstanding rookie, or people overreacting? I mean, I think if you watch his games, I kind of get a bit confused about why. I mean, I don't get confused about why people hype him up as being like God's gift to top lane, because I'm used to seeing most Fnatic top laners either be called that or be called complete dog shit, depending on whether it was a good or bad game. But like for example, the Darius game where he solo killed Wonder. He solo killed Wonder after Wonder solo killed him in what should be an incredibly difficult matchup for Wonder, right? And while Wonder was sprinting the rest of the series, right? Like Wonder solo killed him and then stayed in lane on 2 HP and decided to walk up to a teleporting Adam. And that's how Adam got the kill, right? It was a very, very good game to pick Darius, not just for matchup, but because it also countered almost the entire enemy comp. But that game he got significant praise for. He actually sprinted it. So I don't know. Like people keep throwing out weird random stats, like how he has the most solo kills. He also has the most solo deaths. You know, like he's just left entirely alone. So if anything happens on his lane that's good, he'll always be isolated and therefore look really, really good because of it. And if anything bad happens, it's easy to hand wave it because he's alone. And that's going to inevitably lead you to be either overrated or underrated. And then the critical factor in whether you'll be overrated or underrated when you're heavily isolated a lot is going to be whether you had a pre-existing fan base, and he had a very rabid French fan base beforehand. So I think he's overrated. I don't think he's bad. I put him on B tier, and I still think he's B tier. In fact, he's higher now in my estimations because I've downgraded Wonder to, you know, completely dogshit unhireable tier.
I just want to point out while you were going on that rant about Adam, there was bullshit happening on my screen.
Okay, well, you can go back and talk about the bullshit if it's relevant to your chat's question. I
mean, the thing is, it's like you have... I don't have to go back because I've gone back and I've replayed it like 3 times. But while you were talking. But the thing is that Alistar was looking for an invade on Rumble fucking jungle post 6. And the thing that made it functional, right, would have been like the Nocturne roam. But the thing that was happening there is that you had upset on bot wave, basically at a position where he was kind of giving the wave, because if he rotated on this wave, it's really bad. So he's not going to rotate. But the thing is you're invading Rumble fucking jungle.
Yeah, I remember this. Wait, but Hillsang will go to...
Lucian can rotate first, bot lane can rotate first, and Upset is just hitting the bot wave. And I'm just like, what the fuck am I watching then?
Hilly will go to that same spot like 5 times this game, by the way. And it will work 1 time and he'll get MVP. It's so funny, actually.
But it feels like Hillsong is just like, all right, I'm gonna get this pick on the Rumble.
He's legit gonna go there 5 times this game. Like, you're gonna see this so much. It's so funny, actually. People, like, the Reddit thread was giga praising him after.
I'm wondering if the thought process was like, I'm gonna dive mid, I think Rumble isn't gonna be here. I wonder if that's like the thought process, because that's the only way I can see this as being functional. Like, I'm gonna dive mid, Nocturne's going to ult or TP in, and we're gonna just kill Lucian, and Rumble's not gonna be here. Because there's no way you can pull this off if Rumble's actually going into that brush.
I have been asked my opinion on the Genji logo. I expected that it was changed when I was asked that, but it looks the same on Leaguepedia. I like the Genji logo.
Okay, well, you just...
The only thing that
tier
throws
list.
me off a bit, is the title Genji at the top of it, right? Because it's like lopsided, you know? Like you can't really do the slope up when the N slopes down. But if you eliminate that, I really like the double G back-to-back logo that they have there that looks a bit like a helmet.
Okay, this is relevant, but they really like this bush.
Who likes what bush?
This bush
Oh,
by
on the bottom.
Raptors. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I told you he'll go there 5 times.
But why do they like
told
this
you.
bush so much?
Hillisang needs to make it work, and he eventually makes the game-winning play in that brush like 40 minutes in.
I would understand, right? Like, I would understand if Whippo was with them and they're like, yeah, we're gonna contest Raptors on spawn. But it feels like him and Upset are just like brush camping. And I think part of it, right, is so you get mid-wave in, so I understand. You walk into jungle, you get vision.
This game, by the way, Adam just kind of burns his ult off cooldown, and then they never have the ult up for
So
Hillisang's weird bush plays. So weird.
They can fight here, but I don't think you're fighting like this aggressively over bot jungle vision right now when your jungle's on the opposite side of the map. If Blippo were here, I would get it, right? Like, that would make sense. This is a good play if Blippo's here, but Blippo is like it's far away. And I'm just really confused. So now Blippo's here.
Yeah, I don't know. This game was quite funny to watch.
But I would think that if you would rotate with Whippo, right? Like you would have TF play weak side, and you would rotate with lean with Whippo, and you would contest the next mid wave with Adam's timer. But they just like walk into bot side jungle, which I find very strange. I guess like potentially they're stalling them from doing red buff. That's a potential. That's possible. You think about it. Dragon Car is saying they have improved so much from this. So we'll see. We'll keep that in mind, Dragon Car. Hilly is not an ass
I mean, now that Dragon Car's saying that, you know it's not true.
Look, I'm trying to, it's more impressive if you're wrong every time. So
It is pretty impressive.
So I'm just assuming sometimes he's correct, So I like that. So, okay. This is going to be a conversation about support. Because
there we go.
I like that he's constantly like trying to cheat on rotations for vision. I like that mindset, but some of these I just don't get at all, like this one, right? And I think he's trying to set up a play on TF, but again, it's like with his team not ready to make the rotation. So if it's like, it just feels like him and Buko are not on the same page right now, is what I'm watching. Which I don't know if that's consistent with the rest of the season. Concept of X greater than Adam, any disagreeers? Definitely disagreeing on that one a little bit, but I realize that Concept of X in this chat is the only player that apparently Miracle likes. Yeah, I'm just against NA talent. According to the TSM amateur announcement, yes. Thank you for...
You're against NA talent?
Yeah, according to the TSM amateur announcement video, I am anti-NA talent. Thank you for the...
Oh, I remember that! That was so funny!
Toshraka GM. Okay, thank you for the resub, Toshraka GM. I appreciate you coming back. Alright, so we're setting up the... We're looking for...
Tosh Raka, I know you're loaded in money. You can go tier 3, man. Wait, he has VIP on your...
Yeah. I don't know why.
Is there something about him I don't know?
I don't know why. VIP. I know.
Very American. He has money, therefore he's very important. God damn it.
Jesus. Why don't I have VIP? Because you're hardly ever on my stream, Dragon Car. Okay, so
Oh!
that feels bad. Okay, so
Oh! That was really imp by Jester,
what
but he should have died for
I
it.
do like about what Hillsong has done this game is he's like consistently trying to set up plays where you can on Windows where Niski is like pushing out a wave and has ulti, but to me it just looks like the only person he's communicating with on the map is Niski. You know?
Yeah. Well, actually, it looks to me for the rest of the game that Niski was the only person, like, properly communicating. Because when they finally do start making plays and Adam isn't just randomly burning ult when no one's around to do anything, is around Niski on bot lane, I remember. This is one of the first good plays Hillsang manages to do from the exact same spot. he will do another one. Right.
We're diving mid T1.
Yeah, well, these things, they happen.
But this is like the exception, right? That play that we just watched, like, that was the one that was different where Niski doesn't have ults and he's not able to rotate on that wave, so they're just like eventually but they're all four together, right? So that's
yeah, I was gonna say, like, there was way more people together for that one than any of the other times Hillsang's tried it, so it's an improvement.
But for the rest of the invades and like the setups, it looks like he's only invading when Niski can, but it's like, so he's looking for a pick, but the thing is that there seems to always be more numbers on the Estrella side when he does it, so I'm just gonna look for like timers, I guess, the rest of the game when he's actually looking for this. Like this case, when they're hard committing for this play, they know where Astralis is, right? Like this situation here. Like you for sure know where they are. They can't be... Let's see. You see them on this wave.
Dragon
right?
Call, for the last time, you can't call the fucking semi-finals games D1.
They're rotating into bot side. You see Zanzara here. So they know for sure that Astralis is in this bot side. Upset is showing on mid wave. Nocturne is showing on top wave. Nocturne has no TP, but it has ulti. But if, in order for Nocturne to join this play, right, you have to move down. Lee Sin just ults on the wave, and Whippo is just, they just like hard commit into 4 people for this. It's very weird. It's very, like, I don't know what's going on. Like, what's the logic here? I guess you're getting gold for Adam, kind of? Is that the logic? Or was the logic that we don't know that White Knight has TP? Or is the logic we can make time while Upset and Hillsong rotate?
I'm assuming they thought they had more time. But you need Hillsang for that play.
They get the, like, this is fine if they don't, if, like, Whippo doesn't hard commit, like, if Whippo and Niski don't hard commit like this.
I assume they thought that they would just insta-give him, but the bone plating saved him, so.
Yeah, but then they, like, hard commit. Like, if they make, like, this initial play, I don't mind. But it's when, like, Niski commits ult, Whippo keeps chasing, right? Like this, if they just go for this play and then back out, because it's like, yes, we got this guy's TP, White Knight's TP. This is a good play. We're gonna back off. Tristan and Alistar are here, so if they try to commit on us under our tower, we're vibing and chilling. But the fact that they then commit the TF ulti, and then Whippo goes like really, really hard is weird. Because to me, it's like, oh, holy shit, we baited Lee Sin to TP. This is fucking free as fuck. Adam's gonna get like top T2, you know, all the shit that they just keep going. What phrase are we gonna hear? Are we complaining about my phrase? Whippo wants the kill and the gold on Adam. I don't. Like, that's one thing, is that I try to give some benefit of the doubt, because they might be thinking something, but I try to kind of reverse engineer, like, the thought process, right? Alright.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, this is actually, like, this, everyone is here, like, we actually have the timer from one of our side laners to make this kind of play, right? But
He actually lived.
yeah, he actually lived, which is surprising. As far as I can tell in this game, Upset is just not present for most of it. He's just kind of...
I remember thinking that as well. Like, wait, he's in the game? Oh, shit, I forgot about the twist.
Because they're either making plays while he's like getting a wave, or he's there at the start and then just has to dip. Concept of X would have killed Upset, true. Once again, Upset trying to contest wave when everyone knows where the rest of his team is, but he gets it, so there you go.
Advanced
Good boy,
syndrome.
Upset. Nice cheating of the wave, Upset. Good job. See, here I actually would just expect for like Galio to engage onto Viego and Trist on the mid lane as soon as Nocturne ults. Bam. Is there any ADC that doesn't suffer from the Sven syndrome? I forget who it was. I remember showing a clip.
Uzi specifically was the counter argument against Sven syndrome. That was the dichotomy. Yeah. It was like... Sven on one hand, and then Uzi doing shallow resets for the first time consistently.
Yeah, I mean that was a big part of the macro for 2017
yeah.
RNG that I wrote an article about, so
yeah.
Which, you know, everyone just forgets they were the best 1-3-1 team in, you know, in Legends.
The only article I would remember of yours back then is when you said TSM was the second best team at 2016 Worlds.
I just thought they all sucked, so it didn't matter. Okay. This is okay, so Upset's actually doing stuff in this fight. Just because no one can hit him, so. And
yeah, that'll generally be a win.
And then we've got the Viego reset. Nice. Okay, so...
After this, we should watch the Ezreal Morgana game, and then we should get into the playoffs games, so you can see their actual current form. we should do that order.
Look, I didn't learn the formula for assessing teams until, you know, recently, which is just watch ProView, and if they make terrible laning mistakes, then they suck. So.
Okay, well, that blows because ProView wasn't available for...
Yeah, exactly. But that's the
That's a
secret.
blow. That's convenient. I know how to assess teams now, guys. I just can't do it.
You just couldn't do it in 2017. In 2016, it was too hard. There's a lot of things interesting at the 2016 Worlds. Like, I think people forget that Riot just, like, killed Fnatic. Like, casually murdered them.
Wasn't that 2015?
It was 2016. Fnatic didn't even make it to Worlds before 20...
Fnatic didn't make it to Worlds in 2016. In 2015, they made it to Worlds.
Yeah, I know. That's why 2016 was when Riot just casually killed Fnatic, because that was when they removed the lane swap patch, and Fnatic had, like, zero ability to actually lane.
To clarify, you think Fnatic would have had more of a chance against the H2K that I was on if lane swaps were there?
I think they would have had more of a chance to make Worlds, in general, yes.
They'd have to beat us in the semis to go through Worlds, so... I mean, in the quarters to go to Worlds. We feared them in the quarters.
But this affected them before playoffs, so their seeding could have been different as well.
The reason why their seeding was into quarters is because we beat them 3 times in a row. Because we had to do a tiebreaker against them, which we forced by beating them.
But they changed the lane swap patch like 2 weeks before, so that they...
Yeah, that was... Yeah, so
we
played them on...
Play you, so... Is what I'm saying. I also think that, like, that was their only way to win. Like, that was the big difference between that, was that their laning was fucking awful, so their only way to win was lane swapping.
Sure, I just don't think it would have made a difference because they would have had to have faced us throughout that patch anyway.
But they went from,
we were the team that they were to.
They went from, like, potentially, like a top 4 team, to, like, the worst team in playoffs. Was the thing. Like, they just were awful because of that patch. Is more what I'm talking about. I didn't even suggest that they would make it to Worlds, but I think they would have had a better chance anyway, so. We are grossly off topic. We're talking about 2016 lane swaps. Okay, and does the Fnatic mess up a lot from here? They just can't close? Is that what we're talking about? Is that what we're watching? I think he's tapped out, chat.
I'm tapped out. Ask again.
I said, do you think are we watching because they have trouble closing from here? Or is the game, like, basically over, is what I'm asking.
They still have trouble closing from here.
Okay.
No, I was actually checking how many games they lost, chat, before us.
So from base at this point, right, you see Lucian on bot where if you go into top side, like, both of your waves are kind of hard for setting up push as well. And then Upset just, like, casually hits the mid wave. Of course.
Sensinger. They even both played with Miffy. Like, every single person who seems to idolize Sven Miffy ended up playing with Miffy.
Yeah.
love Sun Syndrome.
Let's see, Adam sacrificed his TP and his ult so that Upset could get mid-wave.
Yeah.
I like that.
I mean, if the man's gonna hit, you can't treat Upset like anything but a force of nature, alright? He's just gonna hit it, alright? And he probably won't be there for the fight anyway, but we just have to deal with the fact that he's gonna hit it.
hit it, so, I mean,
Yeah.
this is what...
Burn everything.
This is what we talked about yesterday, too. It was like... this idea that 100 Thieves just consistently played 3 lanes and then contested enemy strong side, right? So it's like the Fnatic version of it is we're pulling everyone to one side lane so that Upset could hit midway. Okay, by overextending in one side lane. Sven syndrome is when you are contesting the midwave. You feel the need to contest the midwave high, even when it's
Before
not.
the enemy pushes.
Yeah, even when it's like not a good window or it's not good for your champ. Like here, I actually think there are a lot of situations where it's good to contest the midwave low because you can set up flank and all in with like Alistar Trist, right? So you would actually just want to sit in line rush and have them walk up and hit the midwave and kind of like walk further down the lane so that you can, you can get a TF flank, you can get Alistar flank, but Upset feels the need to just stand on the midwave and hit it as it comes in and not create those windows or opportunities, right? So
Big ape hit. Get shiny. Spend shiny for item. Go hit.
Go hit. Like, to this day, I tell almost every AD carry that they play Kai'Sa wrong because they do that. It's like, we must hit the midwave. It's like, no, your champion has no range. Stand in a brush and wait for them to walk up the lane and then kill them.
I coached the Plat Kai'Sa yesterday, who obviously did that, but also they built. Wait, so they did Kraken into Collector, into Zeal, then sold the Zeal for Wit's End, then got Nash's Tooth, and got Infinity Edge. My mind was like exploding.
So this is like, again, interesting. I'm gonna go back one sec and just see how they're setting this up. So they are basically showing on all 3 waves, but Niski popped port. Alright, if you set up the map like this, it's gonna take you forever to close. Just to clarify, what I mean by this is like trying to hit 3 waves at once with... Like, you should, with TF Nocturne, like, your best option is to have, like, one of them fog each other, because you have, like, non-true
The Fnatic
globals,
032.
right? Yeah, the
Yeah,
032
that's what
setup.
Fnatic used to do. Yeah.
But they aren't doing that this game, right? Because you have, like, fake globals, right? So you get a lot out of setting up the map like that.
Normally, when I see TF, I expect the Fnatic 032 these days, and then oddly enough, Fnatic don't do it as much as these. I always assumed it was a Whippo thing as well. Like, normally when I do see them do this, it's normally Whippo hovering with Viego instead of solo lane hovers.
Okay, so I just want to see, like, they force on mid.
Enemy ran this. Like,
Oh, this is
Australis ran
Hillsong.
this. Super hard.
They just force on Hillsong. I mean, they have 5. I don't know why Adam is popping ult. This, like, Hillsong just buys time. Even if he dies here, it's not bad as long as they're all 5 committing mid. Now Hillsong no ult. They can't really take this fight. So you're telling me that they don't end here?
Maybe like 40 minutes was rounding up from 35. I'd be surprised they don't end here.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if they don't end.
Yeah, they just end.
Okay. So is it that bad? I think the weirdness from this
This was
game...
pretty bad.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't like as... I think the weirdness for me from this game was, like, lane assignments, coordination on, like, when, Hillsong is, like, trying to cheat vision, upset hitting midwave randomly. Just, like, a lot of... It was very roguelike. Let's put it that way. It reminded me of our Rogue VOD review.
Go the Ezreal Morgana game from the last week, and then we go into the playoffs.
Is it, let's see, Ezreal Morgana.
Down.
Oh, here. Oh, God.
There.
This draft looks weird. Not just because
It's
still
very weird for
Sauron.
Fnatic, because they're like, this is not a straight up all-in champ lane bully from upset,
Right.
and it's not a normal Hillsong. But Hillsong had a good Morg game in playoffs. But then they had a shit ton of all-in on that comp in other areas.
Looking at like the top side picks as well. Looks very strange. They just picked Akali into Syndra on 11.15. That's interesting.
This is like the least Fnatic draft Fnatic, because like again, most Fnatic drafts look exactly the same if you look on Leaguepedia. This is the least Fnatic looking draft.
They last
So that's why this game's interesting.
Morg. They pick it because of Tristana Camille, I guess. That's why they picked Morg.
If they get forced off their comfort, this is what they'll look like. So I think this kind of needs to be seen. And then we can contrast in playoffs if we think they'll look exactly like this if they're forced off.
This is a Renekton top into Camille, Akali mid into Syndra. So Syndra is just going to get timers, so they can't play for Renekton lane. Mundo is going to be
They never
useless.
play for Renekton.
Yeah, I mean,
Playing for Adam, imagine.
and Mundo's going to be useless, and bot is just a really, like, why would you pick Ezreal Morgana? The synergy isn't even good.
Both big poke, big push, me push.
It's kind of like
Also more good into Alistair.
Tristana Karma lanes that are apparently popular in LCK, so...
I just want to point out, they had Trist open. They chose to play like this.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so this for me was like, oh, so before playoffs, they're actually trying to find a new way to play in case their normal style is forced out. And I liked that. It didn't go well, but I like that. But this is like the only time that they do anything different. Or this week at least was the only time that they did different things. Why does your screen look like this was recorded on film, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird. But the...
This is the Fnatic in 35mm.
Fnatic in 35mm.
New restoration.
But I think I'm guessing that the more they saw like Camille Alistair and they're like, Morgana just completely wrecks this draft. Like, if only we had a Morgana player. And Hillsong's like, oh, shut up, whatever. It's fine. But there's so much weirdness about this draft outside of like Ezreal Morgana, like picking Akali into Syndra mid. Your Mundo is not going to do anything when you... So basically, this Misfits should be able to like 3-man bot or top whenever they want, right? Is because they have Syndra Zin. Versus Akali. Mundo.
Let's just say anything here. I am just your guide through this world. But like the Twilight Zone, the way that, but it's so weird that it looks like it was done on the film, by the way. That's so cool, actually. Okay, now it just looks like the Matrix is collapsing. Okay, now it's back to film. I better see the cigarette burn on the top right soon.
Okay, we are zoning them off the wave with our poke. Now we know that Hillsong has Q, so should be less scared, but we're also Alice.
Now we know
first,
he can
so...
hit Qs, which means Upset can hit Qs. It's perfect synergy.
My goodness. They get chunked for
See, no
one
Morg
very
Q, no Upset Q. Boom.
Oh.
Why do we use such old games
So-
fan who mentioned the means as a player for player games to watch? So this game is very unique because it's the only time Fnatic played this particular kind of playstyle. Otherwise, all their other games have exactly the same composition, right? So this game is necessary, right? And next off, if you actually want to proper analyze any team, you do have to analyze their whole history because you won't understand why what they do now is different to what they did before and what they had to go through to get to those differences. And as a result, if you suddenly see them revert back to former styles of playing, you'll be very confused if you don't watch these games, or you won't be able to predict that there are certain teams that will force them to devolve into former playstyles. You'd be a complete idiot if you only watched playoff games, which is why people who do are always wrong and I'm always right.
I also avoid only watching only playoff games. But yeah. So this is not new to this stream, but whatever.
Yeah, but that guy is.
Is he?
Fine.
Okay. I didn't even see who made a comment.
I mean, if he's not new, apparently he's not paying attention.
Ah! I was watching chat. What happened? Other than Adam losing the Camille Renekton matchup and then hear it ending.
Yeah. So
By Razork.
apparently not
Oh no,
Renekton
Razork
slash
did. Okay.
and
cool,
then
cool.
Razork. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, hear it, I guess.
I do think Herod should have moved. I do think Herod should have moved up there. Wasn't Razork's moving in?
The
Because if
coordination of the
they
game is
both-
bad, right? So. But
Yeah,
then-
like if they both hit, it's 1-for-1 minimum, but probably Razork just gets triumphant lives. I don't know why Herod kept moving away when Razork's moving up.
Razork wants to finish the Krugs. When Hirid finds the engage window. I'm assuming it's cooldown based, right? So I just want to see if Adam just walks up to the wave. No, it's not cooldown based at all. Just
Yeah, he
goes
just
for
doesn't
it.
give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero fucks given.
And I think this play is good if Razork is on the Supic trade. So. This is why when I tell people that the Camille can win the Renekton matchup, they think I'm a crazy person. But she can. It's just you have to play like the first 2 levels almost perfectly. And then it's
Or
really,
Nexon has to be Wonder.
then it's really hard. So or Adam apparently, yeah.
Basically an EU top.
Okay, now we're denying Hear It because he got chunked. This is actually really good play from Fnatic.
I think denying Heritage was always like the way to go. But this game is quite unique as far as Fnatic's concerned, which is why it really does have to be watched.
You should play for topside. I don't know what's going on mid. VTO was doing so well, and now he's not. Oh, did Niski? Niski got a back and came back with. And then I guess Niski VTO ran out of mana, so VTO just missed back timer is what looks like happened. So
Yeah, BTO's laning phase is really bad, but I don't know why no one else sees it. It's really weird.
So I was just looking, it's like, okay, he's in lane, but he hadn't backed yet. It's kind of weird. At like 5:30, he hadn't backed yet. And so it probably just gets like free lane to level 6 if you're not gonna back. Concept of X kills Renekton there. Got it.
What is this concept of X meme? I've seen it before in your chat, but I don't know what it
He's
is.
an amateur NA top laner. I don't know why Miracle feels the need to make fun of him, but he's a singed Maokai player, kind of.
Based? But does he build wild eyes on Singe?
I don't know, actually. I haven't bothered to check. Oh, okay. He built Frostfire when Inters were building Forgefire. Got it. Miracle just likes people who build Frostfire, is generally what I've noticed. So Akali got a free lane to level 6 because BTO didn't back at 4 minutes. Or at 2:30 when he chunked Niski and Niski had to recall and TP back. So now Niski is just gonna take over the game. I didn't know that you could play Akali into Syndra and win like this, but apparently you can.
Yeah, people forget that Niski actually was turbo stomping this game. By the way, Niski got insanely flamed for this game.
Mm-hmm.
He got really hard flamed. My mind was exploding.
I would flame BTO for this game. It's okay.
No. The complete opposite happened. The complete opposite happened. My mind explodes. Like, this is actually very validating.
In fairness, we haven't gotten to. I'm assuming they flamed Niski for something that hasn't happened yet, because I can't imagine flaming him at this point in the game, right? Should flame Hear It. Yeah, I mean, Hear It decided to, like, when his jungle went bot side and recalled, he decided that that was the window he was gonna all in the Renekton on, so. And then he got denied, like,
it, don't worry.
a full, and then he got denied a full wave stack, so it's whatever. Why are we here?
Is E diversity of style for their world seems better than NA, not skill but diversity? No.
Why did,
Rogue and Fnatic do one thing each.
what?
Like, that's why this game's so important, because it's like the only time where their comp doesn't look like comp on the left, so.
I'm really confused by this entire sequence. Okay. So I'm just gonna go back. Oh, I don't get to see the setup because of the replay, and that's why the sequence is confusing. Thank you. Thank you, League of Legends. Okay, so we've got the D boards here. We know exactly where Misfits topside is. Tristana and Alistar get their wave in and are recalling. And this is the window on which Bwipo decides it's a good time to pull Rift Herald. So that's confusing. But the even more confusing thing is that Misfits just, like, decide, alright, we'll let him.
Incorrect. The even more confusing thing is Peter thinks this guy's the best jungler. So.
Bwipo? Or Razork?
Bwipo. I think Razork.
Is the best jungler?
Yeah, he was my MVP of regular split. And then Niski was my MVP of playoffs.
Mostly what I've noticed, and this game is like an exception because they didn't draft for it, is that he just doesn't farm and looks for like hope ganks. It's kind of a thing that
Kind of. He's having to play like babysit on top a lot because someone's fucking up who it is illegal to name.
I'm pretty sure we've already named him. So. Yeah, I am kind of digging this, like, 60s film vibe, though, you know, occasionally.
It's so cool! I love it!
It's very aesthetically pleasing.
Did you put a filter on, or what is it?
No, it's just like, I don't know. This bot is just like this, I guess.
Brippo looks very 60s as well with that.
True. He's got his purple.
Me morg, me ez, me
skin.
push, me pull, me Q repeatedly off cooldown.
Yeah, I mean,
Me
they've
alt
just-
wave.
This is what, when I watch Upset, he just like perma hits wave one at a time into tower. It's very weird.
Yeah.
Cause you can,
The only way is forward.
you can, I mean, you can like legitimately as real Morgana, you can stand passively deny because they can't engage on you, and crash multiple waves at once, right? And then it's a lot harder for them to hit. Because I mean, Kabe with like one single wave, right? They could basically just use
This is far too advanced. Me hit wave.
cooldowns, and clear
Me
the
get
wave
shiny
for
metal.
free, right? So and
Midget
then
at
back
store.
off.
Take shiny metal.
So your
Give
window to
Moa
poke,
mana.
so your window to poke them under tower is actually much more reduced if you're not.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm. Me
Got
hit.
it.
Me
Cool.
hit.
Got it. I'm explaining it to chat why this is problematic. I'm not trying to explain to Upset. All right.
Me hit.
I'm trying to explain to chat.
Me hit.
Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Okay. Fire us.
Till the hit dies on this carving anyway.
Oh wow.
Oh no, he gets away, he gets away, he gets away.
Niski actually TP'd on a wave that didn't suck for him. This is a new experience after watching him on C9.
Oh, that will happen a lot more in playoffs.
Okay.
Anyway, Niski Smurfs, to be honest. Like
They gave him all of the plates, so that's cool.
Oh.
They gave him, I should say, the tower. Not all of the plates. Some of the plates were fun. But alright, we're
Wait, did he shave his head? Really?
who?
Upset apparently shaved his head.
Why are people shaving their heads so much in esports?
Because I don't know, someone shaved their head first. It was either Perks or Caps shaved their head. Caps shaved his head to look like Perks, I think. Something like this. I don't fucking know. I think Perks shaved his head to look like Forgiven. I think it all went back to Forgiven, because I remember on Schalke days, Vando's always memed about shaving his head to look like Forgiven to get bot lane kingdom buff. And Perks took the lane kingdom thing from Forgiven. So I think it all traces back to Forgiven eventually. But people have forgotten about Forgiven. Or at least no one wants to talk about him, which is fair because he's a bit of a dick.
Now we have the history of the shaved heads. I know in NA it's just because people are making stupid bets. And then they have to shave their head because they made a bet. It's like, oh, if this happens, I'm gonna shave my head. How original. And then now like half of NA has shaved heads. And I don't know why.
I had a manager in Schalke who genuinely believed that, like, you were genetically superior if you were bald.
Less shampoo. True.
Because you have more testosterone.
Forgiven's legacy is bald testosterone.
Yeah. This guy, I just want to clarify. First off, I want to clarify, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work at Schalke anymore. And next off, he had Ben Shapiro books in his cast. It was a bad.
Yeah, you can link things in chat. I'm probably not going to watch it, but you can link it. Alright, so we have a window for Blippo to do things because nothing's going on. So he chooses to gank mid.
Why do you watch YouTube videos at 2 times speed, but you won't watch fucking League games at 2 times speed?
Because I like to keep track of what's happening. I like to give it attention. Do you want me to watch this at full-time speed? Okay, I'll watch this at full-time speed. 2 times speed.
Bless you times like 3, by the way.
Yeah. I had to sneeze 3 times so that it didn't seem like someone was saying bad things about me. Ah, okay. Well, now the quality is messed up. See, this is why I want to watch it at normal speed.
Okay, then what's your normal speed? What's your normal speed? I didn't realize your internet literally couldn't keep up with 2 times.
No, I can't. It's just, it's not because of this. I want to watch it at normal speed because of what's happening on my screen, which is that the Tristana like going for the swap with the top laner showing top. I wanted to see if top has TP.
Yep, this fat loading time has nothing to do with your internet.
It's not. It's to do with my laptop. Which is overheating right now.
YouTube versus Kelsey is a thing, apparently. I mean,
it's just because YouTube just decides to stop working sometimes for me, and I don't know. It's only in the morning on stream, and I think it's because my laptop overheats.
How are you, chat? Ask me anything.
Chat wants
Preferably
me to
about
buy...
Fnatic to keep it on topic. People
Chat
have asked
wants
me
to buy
about
me
Fnatic
a
already.
PC.
Chance to buy you a PC? You should get a PC.
It does not fix itself when you refresh. We've done this experiment many times. Okay, here we go.
I mean, my friend at uni gave me a pro tip on YouTube that's always worked for me, which is that when it gets like that, you just like click to just before the point that you're trying to load at, and then for some weird reason it loads.
It doesn't. I've tried multiple fixes. It does not fucking work.
Can you elaborate on the Shulker manager? He thought bald people were genetically superior because they have more testosterone.
So this play, right? They saw, like, I wanted to go back because I wanted to see when
I'll answer your film
Renekton
question between
showed
games.
top here. So Renekton shows top here and recalls, and Misfits are setting up in the spot jungle on the window because they have like 20 seconds, right, for Renekton can be here.
Mm-hmm. BTO doesn't have teleport, so this is actually a good force.
They know Bwipo isn't here, right? Because they were just in the jungle.
Niski almost doubles, but he actually misses the second R. Otherwise, he gets both. Like, he easy kills Vander there, just straight up if he eats, but he got really greedy and tried to R both. And I think he could have easily hit that as well, so I actually don't have an issue with him going for it. But he could have actually... Like, Vander's 100 million% dead, he just tries to R through both here.
And this is fine.
Like, look here, right?
Oh, okay.
Like, if he just takes the second Neon, probably that guy at least dies, and Vander's also 100% dead there, but he wants to go for the R through both. K-Corp will indeed win. And yes, you can get a Fnatic PC cheaper with discount code Veteran Kelsey.
Okay. Got it.
Is there a better Fnatic ADC B-Not?
So once again, we have them showing on multiple ways. We all know that they're on Drake.
I suppose that seriously answer?
Everyone's taking recalls. Fnatic will be back out on the map first, which means that Upset can get his mid-wave.
If Bean is on Varus, Bean.
Look at him.
There you go.
He's just running for it.
Bean's on anything else, not Bean.
He's running for it. He wants... Oh no, he went to the red buff. Okay. So, hierarchy of things Upset wants. Free mid-wave is after red buff.
There you go. And Raptors, apparently.
He didn't take Raptors.
Bear in mind, you might just be seeing development there. The development of the hierarchy.
I mean, I think he should have gotten mid-wave on that wave because they know that they're ahead and it was free. But it's fine.
don't really know what was supposed to happen there from Adam, but it almost worked, whatever it was.
Well, this is why I'm gonna go back and watch this slower. 'Cause...
Okay, on the film question, I didn't see a new film, but I did see the 4K restoration of A Clockwork Orange yesterday.
So I like this look from Vander because they have upset on the mid wave and they're like, it's okay, we can give mid proud and make a fast play on the side. So I like it. See, they've managed to train Kabe to not have Sven syndrome. Oh, we get the replay. And we come back out of the replay to hear it dying. So. So forcing on mid should be bad for Misfits. Yep. Or not. Adam's not here. Is there no Black Shield? They used Black Shield while they were chasing, I think, is the problem. And then as soon as Black Shield was gone, they just turned with Cinder E.
Go back and watch that fight at one time.
Okay. Because I saw them pop like more Black Shield pretty early.
My god, the game looks so much slower now.
Okay, so there's no more. Now there's the more Black Shield. Oh, they used it on Niski? Okay. And goodbye. Now it's just doomed.
Oh really, they have like no cooldowns right now. The only issue is Alistair, but I think on the left side there are options.
And there's no Black Shield. Adam comes super late. Cinder has E, and I think this is, it's not, like, this is the thing is that they don't really have good support for all-in if Akali's already dead. They just, none of their all-in champs do damage, so, like, Upset and Hilly want to be standing on midwave and poking, and then if, like, Akali or Mundo can all-in, then they use Black Shield and Akali looks for flank.
2v1, but they had no way of actually getting on Upset at that point. Like, they didn't have any cooldowns up for ages. So I don't think they should have been able to get as much out of that as they did.
I think they shouldn't have chased. At least not until Renekton was in position for play. But they do get Mountain Soul, so there's that.
Less.
Now we're gonna see the replay again. Yeah, I think they use Black Shield like super early. If they can get Black Shield on Akali after she goes in, that's nice. After Akali dies, their only damage is upset. The fadeaway cam on fucking Adam.
Oh god, I remember this actually.
So now once
Oh
again,
god, I remember this. This is mega in.
oh, like here you could be reasoning that like Ezreal, Mundo are going to hard shift into this side, right? So this is
If I recall this correctly, it's basically a conveyor belt.
so this is Renekton's window. Holly's recalling pretty soon. So Renekton should shift bot here. Or Kali should. I guess Renekton wants to match the Camille. I think we're getting to the point where Renekton can't match Camille. Even if Renekton has like 3 completed items and Akali has and Camille has 2, should be hard. Yeah, this is weird. Like, they should have sent someone to bot wave, like, insta, as soon as Akali backed top. Like, this window shouldn't exist for Misfits to play on. There's a lot of wandering around that is being done by this Renekton player. This is very 100 Thieves-esque, actually.
I don't know how 100 Thieves play, so I cannot comment.
Well, they're like contesting the, so they're not taking their windows to play like on the correct strong side, and they're going to like the same position on the map that they can, but by the time they get to it, the wave is gone and the enemy team has shifted onto the opposite side. BYG card, I haven't seen. I feel like BYG will just straight up lose to any team that can lane. And so yeah, I guess BYG. Kidding. Okay. A lot of wandering around. Okay, so we have Fnatic actually playing on their strong side, but they have Renekton showing on top wave, and they're behind on tempo, so Misfits should just be able to get this play off, unless Akali has good TP angle. They do have flank wards in place. Ah, flank wards are gone now. It expired. Now Akali's gonna have to go back and push bot wave again. There's no way this goes well for Fnatic. There's no way this goes well. This cannot possibly go well for Fnatic. Okay, not bad stopwatch. Like I said, there's just it's impossible for this to go well. Because Akali didn't get bot wave on the window where he was strong siding bot anyway, and they didn't use it to get vision. They were just matching in Misfit's strong side because they fucked up tempo. And
they just conveyor belt.
Then they decided to face check into Elder and with no flank setup and died. So it's whatever. That was very weird.
Yeah, this whole sequence was actually fucking in.
The macro was fucking bad.
Yeah, NSC got the blame for this game. And this was the game where people suddenly said that VTO is like MVP of the split. I don't know how, but this is the game where people started talking about that.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It was a very mind-blowing day.
And that was a macro problem, not a single player problem. Okay, alright, where are we going next?
Playoffs somewhere.
Playoffs somewhere.
So probably one of the TF games would be good. The Misfits TF games were really fucking good.
Okay. So this one?
So you can maybe go with like the last Misfits TF game, I think, or you can go with the G2 TF games, but you were kind of there for those, so I don't know. Yeah, maybe just go for the Misfits like final TF game. That's also probably, it's not like tight macro, but it was really tight groupings from Fnatic on that one. Am I doing EUM finals today? Yeah, I am. Though one of the guests I was going to grab for it just told me that they have COVID, so they can't do it. So I'm trying to find another guest right now.
They're loading. They're loading into Oblivion. So were you gonna talk more about the Schalke guy? You said you would between games.
There's nothing else to say. No, I said I would talk
Okay.
about films between games, and I answered the film question. God, I'm actually pretty hungry.
Time to heat food.
I mean, I'm gonna make porridge.
I like making porridge.
Making all food is eating food anyway.
No, there's definitely recipes that don't require you to heat food.
Yes, but I don't want to tapeworm.
Don't want a tapeworm. There are recipes that require you to freeze food to a temperature that's so low that it kills bacteria. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I left my Sub-Zero kit at home, so... Actually, I am at home, so I don't really know what I meant by that. But...
Yeah, I don't either. Thresh, so Thresh first pick for Misfits. TF on 3, and then they ban Ryze, Silas, makes sense. Blanc's still fine, Ori's still fine. And do they choreograph into GP? Yep, they do. So they went with Morgana again. Checkmate atheists. You kind of have to, otherwise you have no prio lanes really. Like if you're TF using if you're TF clearing using spells to clear wave, like LeBlanc will just kill you. Is this Predator or Morgana? Really? Is alright, we can go through the early game with 2x speed. Otherwise, people will complain. So what I'm expecting is for LeBlanc to chunk Niski early if he's going to play this lane correctly, and then for that to set up a 3-camp gank, and I keep saying that, but no one does it. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is good for early, for sure. Already got a stack of corrupting on each, and LeBlanc on the trade. Bot working really well for Misfits because Hillsong didn't start W, so yeah, upset Hilly is kind of into that. If you're not gonna start W, you can't contest Ashe Thresh level 1.
I think watching one of the Silas games would also be worth. But
Okay,
yeah.
well, we're not going to. So we're just gonna get the midwave in as LeBlanc and then look for invade. Let's see. They are walking through mid to look for top play, but they're just trading scuttles, and I don't think Cho'Gath shouldn't die. If you 3-man him, Cho'Gath will die, but instead TF is TPing bot. Makes sense. It's Fnatic. Even though Upset and Hillsong horrendously entered their lane level 1, they decide to use TFTP to fix it, so that's fine. So they set up the play. So Fnatic ended up setting up the play that I wanted Misfits to set up on bot. However, they did it with Niski TPing without jungle assist, getting recall without jungle assistance, and then TPing bot from base. So I just
So Niski MVP, I agree.
I just would like to point that out.
So Niski MVP, I agree.
So Niski is like Chobi in that he is the jungler.
What? Okay. Apparently I need to watch from Chobi.
Which was a new experience for me because Chovy played like, you know, the old Chovy play for a really long time, but now he's suddenly playing like making all the plays on the map.
Okay, I didn't know that because for me, Chobi still doesn't do anything on the map in my head, so
Yeah.
I would never have used that comparison.
That's what I learned watching the HLE games because Willer was just like not involved in any of the plays. Willer's the juggler, and then Chovy was like doing a bunch of shit.
In that case, this is a really good comparison because Whippo is not involved in so many plays that Fnatic do, but Niski just plays the map for him.
Because Razork and VTO actually had set up to make like a side lane play, but Niski just like ended up clearing the wave second, recalling and TPing bot before they did anything. Like VTO just stayed mid. There's almost no thought that goes into like pulling Rift. You just pull Rift. That's what I'm noticing. It's like they have window, Ash is showing bot. Like there's no way Misfits pull Rift here in a normal game. It's not a human decision that was made. Wait, this just changed. Show reel. Is the new playlist. Okay. And it's dubsteppy. I remember everything.
Hey, Munch.
Hello, Munchables. Can you ask Veteran about potential Karzi Labrov bot lane for next split? So I've seen Niski secure his own windows. I was getting top wave. Okay, so this is like a G2-esque lane rotation. In the sense that they should be bot here. Okay, so TF can't really be hitting this wave. But they're shifting into top side instead of into bot. It's kind of weird. Guess it's because... No, GP doesn't have ults. They're willing to give second Drake for this. It seems like Fnatic have really high Drake prio.
I'm almost done with my food. Alright. What the fuck are we talking about? No, it's dog shit team. Alright.
Oh, thank you for the resubscribing me, Robo. Thank you for using your Prime to, I appreciate it. As you can say, you have many places to use your Prime. Thank you for using it here.
Me, Robo, you're banned from my stream. Okay, what's happening? We are very off tempo. Misfits should be ahead on the map, but they're actually very out of sync with their recalls.
Yep.
Now GP's push and LeBlanc's recall, they have to give up on mid prio. Kobe doesn't seem to give a fuck because Vander's Lantern. And Niski walked up with a red card. But whatever.
Okay, it's very
Okay, so now
weird, because like one thing I've noticed also is that Niski is constantly like pushing out inside, right? So he'll push further out inside, but then like when Fnatic don't get mid prio, they don't collapse on him because he'll just TF port away, right? So this is like actually creating a lot of pressure for them that's stalling out the game to a point where they can take fights with 2-item Aphelios and Cho'Gath.
That's kind of the tightest I've ever seen them play around that. Was this game.
Conclusions as of now. Their draft with the Morgana Ezreal lane was dog shit. Even though Upset and Hillsong entered their lane, they got bailed out by Niski, who created his own window after Resork created a window for VTO. These shifts are much more coordinated than the shifts that we saw in the regular season games we watched. Like, we're not just randomly going into jungle as support by solo without jungler. Why is Whippo going top? Go bot here, please. Cho'Gath gets one wave, you contest the next mid wave, and then you fight over jungle. No? No?
I feel like Niski's kind of like Odo in the sense that I get the feeling watching a lot that he always keeps telling his jungler to play on the other side, you know?
Well,
Like, I get that feeling. Like, I have nothing to back it up other than
like,
the fact that in game they always do that.
I mean, it's more like they should be contesting bot vision like they did in the Strawless game after Cho'Gath gets top wave, right? So they should be in position to do that. There was literally nothing top for him to do. There were no camps, there was no nothing. So, I don't know, he was just leaning top. And now he does his red side camps instead of contesting the bot side camps for Misfits, which he could have. Oh. And they just killed LeBlanc. I go back. So I wasn't really focusing. How is this possible? How does he just kill LeBlanc like this? That's so weird. Like, VTO just horrendously misplayed that. That's insane.
VTO fanboys in shambles. Yeah, I remember this. This is very funny. I have no idea who Chronicler is.
Chronicler is LCK caster.
No.
He did my Gen D VOD review with me.
There you go.
Alright.
I'm actually max chilling.
Max chilling.
Yeah.
Nice. We're forcing on mid. After all.
Not really.
After all of the nice things I said about how they were using Niski's pressure, we're just randomly forcing mid. It's cool. I did ask you while you were eating and not paying attention how you felt about Fnatic's Drake prio, because it seems very high. But
I mean, this game it was really high and I really liked it being really high. In general, yes, they do try to contest pretty much every neutral, which always seems to be a weakness of them. Depending on the comp they had. The thing is that their contests are always engages. They're not gonna pick like Ezreal, Cogmore and shirt and just poke off to the side for ages and not engage. So this kind of comp that they have is really good for them. This is actually why I think TF is good for them. Not just that Niski does a lot on the map with it, he does a lot on the map with fucking Silas. The thing of TF is that if they don't have good Drake control, but they still feel the needs to go and contest, they can just press up. And they get all the vision control that they didn't have anyway.
This is not bad, because Upset's not, like, contesting midwave when both of his side laners are showing, so that's good. It's development.
Look, Hoovy, if I'm not S+ tier on your tier list, then your tier list is fucking F tier, okay? You mean up to veteran tier?
We're better down to veteran tier.
He means up to veteran tier, he misspoke.
Okay, so one thing I am noticing is it feels like Fnatic either get both side timers and contest mid with them, or they seem to try to get both side lane timers at the same time, which is very interesting. I think I'm not the biggest fan, but as long as Upset, like, so the evolution that I've seen from the Astralis game is that Upset is not touching midwave while they're doing that. So
Hooray!
that is the evolution.
That's pretty base, Mercury. So long as it's at the top.
Yeah, Mariku asks a lot of questions of my guests to try to rank them in a tier list based on his preferences, more or less. So okay.
I mean, how do you face check this? Like...
Yeah, I mean, they walk into fucking Cho'Gath Aphelios.
Yeah.
And they have Ash thingy, but Fnatic can just pull.
Like the way this would
Baron
fuck
whenever.
up is if Fnatic did just constantly play separate and like Upset gets caught on midwave or some shit like this, right? But they played very tight around that.
Yeah,
It wasn't like insane economy or something, but it was as good as it had to be for the comp.
I mean, my only issue is the coordination they have on when they're getting timers from side. They're getting timers from side at the same time, right? Like, they're basically just Cho'Gath and TF, like, this window, we're going to touch side wave. So what happens is Misfits just, like, all 5 group on mid, and on those windows, instead of, like, collapsing on one side or doing something like that with their mid prio. Which I think that would be a much better way to approach it, especially if you're going to the TF lane. But I think their thought process is if we go to the TF lane, he just TF ports out. Well, it's like, yeah, okay, good. You got the TF port, now he can't do that on the next wave, you know? And he also has way less power to shadow mid on your next mid contest. Because Misfits seem to be thinking the best way to deal with TF is just to group 5. But then if they do that, they're running into, like, Cho'Gath and Helios comp. But they should just, like, contest mid as a group. One person fogging and then a hard shift into the TF lane. With the fogging person catching the next mid wave. Imagine Thunder Chad gaming. True. Hey, I like this better. We have Morgana, TF, Graves actually, like, shadowing the Cho'Gath. Contesting midwave low. Dragon's up in a minute.
And your misses just lack damage right now. It's
Yeah.
basically all on Hewitt.
And the game is kind
So
of
now you have
over,
none.
So
Yeah.
the only reason why we're still watching it is if we think Fnatic are bad at closing, right? So, but I think in this instance you don't have like super good target
Somewhat. I mean,
gauge.
this game you weren't really watching for that. This game, it was just Fnatic being almost uncharacteristically tight in their groupings.
Because in this case you don't really have good hard engage. Your engage is basically like we should go to objectives first, and they walk into us, we win the fight. Right?
Yeah. And if you don't get in first, you have TF ult. So.
It is very possible for this game to like stall out longer based on that. Goodbye. It's very upset. They did just lose a 5-game series, so. Alright. What are we watching next?
I wonder if it's worth watching the. I think. I mean, I wonder if it's worth watching any of the G2 games because you already saw those.
It's fine. It's a VOD review.
I'm trying to think which one we would watch. Can we watch the opening Silas game from the G2 series?
Sure.
They lose this one, but I think you need to see this game, Silas.
We can go over. Yeah, I mean,
See basically jungle or lack thereof.
we can go over how horrendously bot lane plays this game.
You remember this game?
Yeah, I remember this game.
Oh, okay.
I watched Upset's bot lane preview of this game as well. So.
Oh, okay. I did not do that. But this game I remember more because the only person doing anything early is Niski, and Whippo just, it's like he normally does have these AFK tendencies, but G2 did something against that, so...
I remember Whippo trying to do something, but he was hovering bot, but there was no wave to play on because Upset was like brain off, shoving them into tower. So,
I don't know, you can point this shit out for me then, because I never watched the preview of this game.
so
I've not rewatched any of these games since live, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna turn off my AC because it's cold. One sec. We are back.
Grabs to the LPL? Is that a leak or something?
I don't know if it's a leak. People are just saying nip grabs. Okay.
Nipped your mum.
So Rakan first pick for G2. Shocking. Camille. Blind with Renekton banned. Close to early pick. And Silas. And then they just are allowed to play Mundo into Camille, I guess, for some reason. Without Adam getting completely destroyed because Wonder decided to forget how to play League of Legends this series. Okay. But, so, when I was watching this, like, by myself, the preview, after the series, I was thinking, there's no way that Zyrocon should be allowed to, basically to play this lane, right? After like level 3. So, but there was like 0 punish or dive threat.
Nice,
Wow.
you're very invested in this.
There's like 0 punish or dive threat, right? So that was like one of my biggest issues with this game, because you have setup where, first of all, you're not gonna get fuck out all out of top lane because you decided that you can blind mundo top, which is wild. And then so you have to, but you have Silas able to match TFTP, right? And like you can actually, or no, there's no TF. I'm trolling. It's just Silas. Okay, I just always assume it's Silas.
We literally watched this for the Silas, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
fine. It's okay.
It's
okay.
I
No
just
one has
assume
to.
if Silas is picked, it's into TF because I'm just used to seeing that. But it's but Silas they can play skirmish mid and then threaten bot dive, right? That's what Silas wants to do. Is he wants to 2v2 mid.
Well, that's funny, but okay.
Which is literally what Orianna is like 2-wave crashing toward, so that like on the bounce back she can see if the jungle is coming to fight. So they do go for it, right? And then they get the flash, which yay, they're playing kind of how it's supposed to go. But this entire time, okay, we do actually go for this engage, but the problem is that there's not really a wave set up for this play. Like, Upset was mindlessly hitting wave, and there could have been like a crash on the next creep. So what should happen here is Bwipo should do like a camp, right? Bwipo should do a camp, and then they wait for this wave that's coming in right now to stack into like a dive scenario. But because they are doing, and then it's also way harder for like Xayah to clear like this. Because you're versus Zyrocon, you have to have a much larger wave, and you have to kind of zone them off their ability to hit it by like fighting them in the middle of the lane first. But because Upset is just like hitting every creep as it comes in, they can't do that. So there's not like the ability to set up plays around bot, which I think is really difficult, especially if you're going to draft like this and set up this situation. So instead, we're really, really reliant on like Bwipo and Niski to just take 2v2s around mid, but Zyrocon is going to end up scaling up, right? And Camille's going to end up scaling up, so it doesn't really matter. Like, you're just gonna kill one of them in mid-game regardless. Kliss is kind of useless. Like, you can... If you're forcing into Zyrocon with short-range melee skirmishers, then Xayah just wins that, right? She ults to reset the fight, and she kills you. And
when did you watch the preview?
After the series. So like the day after, I think. But I thought that was like one of the significant problems that I had with how this early game played out. And then also picking Mundo top blind into Camille should go way worse for Adam than it did. And because there's no bot window, they're kind of like playing over this top freeze. Or playing around this top wave rather than looking for bot angles. Well, that's unlucky. Fnatic used their window to try to fight over the bot freeze for their Mundo, instead of guaranteeing Niski to get his wave in and his recall off. So that's unlucky. So I'm gonna go back and look at that again. So I just want to see the timings on why they go for this top play. Back pretty far. So they engage on. So G2 engage onto the Mundo. But Silas is already rotating before this happens. I think to match the Ori, maybe? Yeah, now they see Lee Sin, and so he's hard committing. But this shouldn't be a thing, right? Like, the wave is fine. Adam's not gonna lose much. He's just gonna TP back. Like, Adam shouldn't have to TP right now. Like, Adam can actually just walk back to the lane. So it's way more beneficial. So they're doing it for blue buff. Remember, chat. Remember what we said about blue buff. If he gets Gromp too, then maybe I have a different opinion of this. But Niski sacrifices wave mid so that Bwipo can get the blue buff and Gromp. When I feel like you're over investing resources on this top play when you can already just set up waves to crash bot and play for bot camps.
You could also have played for mid there.
Yeah. Like, Niski loses this wave, and then Jankos goes mid after this as well.
Like if Wonder recalls there and then TP's mid to try to counter the mid play, Wave's in a really good position top for Adam. So you can just back off on mid play there.
There was no need to TP to this top wave, right? Is kind of the main takeaway. Like, he could just walk, and then now Bwipo is like doing these camps. He goes and he feels like he has to cycle his own camps because they did this invade, investing like mid resources. And Niski rotates again. Bwipo's doing his own camps, and Lee Sin just gets free gank. So but you could have just played for bot side where you already had natural prio and had a Mundo just walk back top. Oh, you were late to... We talked about blue buff a lot yesterday.
I wasn't here yesterday.
We were talking about how blue buff, like, when you're playing for blue buff compared to, like, a lot of resources that could be had on the opposite side of the map, then it's really int. It's basically this thing that kept happening yesterday. And that's why the TSM discussion came up. But yeah, it's kind of what I just watched, except he also got Gromp. It's just that you had to invest a ton of resources for him to get, like, blue buff and Gromp, and then nothing else. So we did get the Drake. Wow. Wow. I have to touch that again. How does this happen? So they get the... I mean, you just get wave in here, right? It should be free. Let's get that Jankos. But that should have just that should have just been free. I can see why Bwipo ran away. So it would should have just been free. We even had Hillsong rotating first. Now Hillsong is also just gonna die. Goodbye, my friend. Hello. But how is it that Zyra Connor only 10 CS down? This is crazy. It's insane. And meanwhile, Wonder dying top. So none of the lanes just go how you expect them to do in this game. That's a takeaway.
There you go.
Good morning. So now we must pull the Rift Herald. If there's anything we've learned, we must pull the Rift Herald. Why would you think that that would go well? Just TP to the tower if you're gonna collect the wave. You're not gonna do anything to Zaya. Zaya manages to just like hit bot and get full Kraken Slayer. We cannot hard engage on the Adam because Fnatic coming out of base and full shifting into bot side. Camille gets this turret for free, so that kind of Who could have gone top? And they don't need to play for this, right? Adam just gets this wave and recall, so they can already be shifting to top on this wave. Like, well, I don't know why we're fighting in bot jungle here. You can even give this Drake. It's fine. I think it's way more impactful to like stop Camille from getting this turret. This dragon is useless, and there's nothing else on this side of the map to play for. Adam already got the wave, so they should just have already been shifting up out of base. But instead we play for this dragon, for reasons unknown. I should off drift here, but we could have killed, like, prevented Camille from getting turret trade, and wow, that was the terrible rift. If we had shifted into top side on dragon spawn, there probably was like a way better rift opportunity than that as well. But they just really greeted tempo. Like, Camille got the turret for free, was able to back. Then they still stayed bot. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, we're also doing a stream tomorrow for the play and power ranking because my guest was not prepared on Thursday, so.
What do you mean by prepared?
Or Friday, actually, was when I was supposed to be prepared. My guest asked for a delay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking, wait, was I supposed to bring something to this?
No, it's a play and power ranking, so that one requires way more prep.
Fair enough.
We're just gonna talk about the play-in teams and where they rate, and we'll watch some of the VODs. So I actually had to prep for that one, and so does my guest for that one. So. But then the next stream is not going to be until Thursday. We're going to do, I think, T1. Next week is going to be basically the Tier 1 teams in T1. And I might do Cloud9 next Monday. It's because for thoroughness. Though I feel like I don't need to watch them. So I should go back and see how this was set up. This is like 2x. If I go on tangents, I miss a whole lot. So here we go. G2.
I think then you skip to game 5 of this series, by the way. I was considering game 4, but yeah.
remember this game being like so strange because like G2 shifting hard into top sides, Fnatic just engage on mid. I think that's fine. That's what they set up. They're looking for recalls here, but they're really behind tempo. G2's coming back out on the map now. So knowing that Jankos gets this free red buff, there's not really anything else on the map that he could have gotten. Let's see. They have protected. Is it better for him to defend this invade? I guess is the question. Is it better for G2 to side trade or to push out? I mean, they need someone on A wave. I think being on bot wave here might be a little bit better. Because Camille will get this top wave for free anyway, and she kind of wants to slow push so that it's synced with Drake spawn. Fnatic are just choosing to give this. Fnatic can bait Baron here though, because they have Kalista.
Oh, I keep doing this. I keep watching the wrong one. Okay. How do they not win this? Okay, they're doing this.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you meant G2.
Okay, how the fuck did they lose at this point then?
Because, I mean, Fnatic took a fight that was really on their terms because they forced G2 to face check them, but that should never happen. G2 should win fights normally, if they're not, like, walking into them. Like, G2 gave up topside control, which meant that they face checked Baron. They were, I think their Wonder pushed too fast on top wave. They should have slow pushed so that they could have played for top control on a better window. But they hard shoved and then they overcommitted bot. So Fnatic cleared out all of their wards. Bam! See, this is like a much better fight situation for them because it's open, they're not like running into... So I can go back and watch the slower speed. And explain. Ooh.
I feel like if... Oh, okay. Okay. So, there was like a grouping there where it looked like it was 4v2, essentially, but Niski isn't there, and Upset is Zonya's the whole time, so they actually have 0 damage on that grouping.
You also have 2 items.
So that looked like it should have gone way better than it did, but...
I think that we're now into the point where G2 should just win fights. Unless they're, like, running at them.
They should, but this looked like, yeah, like, this looked like they had
like...
a winning grouping there, like 4v2 on bot there, but because Upset's and Zonya's the whole time and Niski's not there, they had nothing to actually close up.
Yeah, I mean, he died. I mean, I don't think that that's worth, but it's cool.
It was funny. It was entertainment. That's what the league needs to be, entertaining.
Because either way, you're just getting your wave and you're shifting bot, contest this Drake. I think it's not bad. Like, I think it's good for them to deny Cloud for, like, a Mundo, Silas comp. Ah! But he lives. But once again, you're hard contesting on an enemy strong side when Ori's not ahead on the map, but so G2 are doing the typical G2 thing where they try to drag them. See, like, Ori's already on bot wave the moment Wonder gets the top wave in. Like, this is the kind of map play that I like to see in the game, but or you could just give your TP to kill half of a wave. That works too. So they're running Wonder down, but G2 are... This is a perfect example of hedging, by the way.
What the I still don't know what hedging is.
Hedging is literally playing such that if they commit to one side, you're in position to make a trade on the other. So it's like equal amounts of risk on both sides of the map is apparently hedging.
Sure.
It kind of became a meme, but yeah, we finally figured out what it is.
That kind of sounds more like G2's cross-map plays.
It's very IG-esque.
So G2 used to break open the map by making plays on crashing wave top and crashing wave bot at the same time, and with jungler on bot side. And then the thinking was that if enemy made a counterplay top that could actually win, that meant that they hard win bot, right? So if they hard win bot on that, jungler would always be able to recall and contest them trying to crash wave on top at the same time, because there'd always be a 45-second window where you could do this. So
yeah, but that's also like
you end up with a really complete play output.
Yeah, but I think that's more like
Alpha.
and that's not really the same thing, because that relies more on like, okay, you crash top and bot, and then are you talking about early game or mid game?
Early. This is kind of how they transitioned
Yeah.
from early to mid.
I think that's just how people play now, but
Yeah, it used to be really unique to them.
yeah, I mean, but in IG, it's more like they just play aggro all 3 lanes, and if someone kills, like, plays for, if jungle shows bot, then jungle makes play top, right? And if enemy jungle shows bot, jungle makes play top, and so if your bot lane dies, you're just snowballing the shy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's more or less, like, really simple. It's like, no matter what happens, you have a play on one side. I think G2's play is, like, has more method of insurance, right? Because you are sending, like, jungle bot, and you're sending, like, mid top. Is usually what I think of when I think of G2.
Yeah. That's usually it.
So the only way it goes wrong is if someone, like, 4-mans, which they shouldn't, because you should get mid window first, right? So,
Why am I so tired? We should do G2 fifth game.
Okay, we'll just do G2 5th game. If you want to go early, like, people have been going early more often, so...
No, I don't want to insult you by admitting that boring.
By missing what?
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 Let's just do G2 game first.
Okay. I didn't hear what you said, so... Window kill E on Germans is funny. Okay. See, look, my laptop is behaving fine now. Okay, looking at this draft, we have Triss first pick, which I remember this, and then the escalation of TF priority, such that you don't care if you have to ban 2, because Ryze, you can pick Ryze at the TF, and it's fine. So enemy team goes with like Ryze, Camille, and then I said this Darius pick was good, right? But then
Yeah, Darius pick is good.
They pick Darius, and then enemy picks Gragas Viego. Which is a choice. But the Gragas exists to disengage the Darius. Once again, Camille can actually win this lane. Ryze can actually win this game. Just Gragas can win this lane. So theoretically, you know, G2 can be in a really good spot. But Darius should get prio, and TF should get prio on first waves. So we shall see, chat. We are once again watching in 2x speed, which is fine, I guess. I just feel like my brain processes things too slow for 2x speed to function. I'm just throwing that out there.
You think you're slow? Got it.
Yeah, I think I'm stupid. Okay, so
That's okay. We forgive you.
We've done like a five manning bot. This is like the evolution of level 1s globally, is people just decide to 5-man 1 lane, and that's like the extent of level 1 strategy that I see these days.
Not one. I mean, Fnatic sometimes do different things. Like they're one of the only teams that understand that if you lose level 1 on your side lane, you can make a cheese play mid early and then still be on side.
Oh, I remember watching this and being like, Wonder actually played the initial thing well, and then he just ends.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mentioned this to someone in chat was asking me for my opinion on if Adam is actually that good, and I mentioned this specific game where Adam actually griefs lane, but then Wonder doesn't Astro grief.
Yeah. Okay, so Ryze actually does just do the spam corrupting pocket for his crash strat, so cool. He can recall here if he wants, because he should be low mana getting this wave in. Wow, actually, I like this. Because this is something you can call, right? As soon as it starts, it's like, oh, okay,
yeah.
Ryze is like
Adam's been doing
C-pot on the wave, right?
Yeah,
so
Adam's been doing these leans like all split. Like you saw him do it in the very first game, for example, and that was just for reset or potential win bot, right? Like he normally does those on crashing waves, which is something I do like about him. He only started doing it on Fnatic though, so I assume this is a team thing.
And the real thing is that Mickey X and Yankos could have also been mid on the wave. Oh right, yeah. Adam Astro.
Yeah.
Bruce.
Yeah, this is grief. No. Now Wonder Astro griefs.
Yeah,
Do you not remember this?
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks so. just looks up!
Yeah.
Like, what is he doing? He just looks up. Oh my lordy lord.
Ah. And then, of course, Bippo decides he can beat Palp after that, which is not an accurate decision. So, Chris Gragas. Oh, and now this is just the Adam train running through the field.
Yeah.
The only way to play around this now is, right, using Gragas to disengage every time you see Darius on your screen and then trying to play Trist range as the game goes on, which is really hard.
I mean, once you've given Darius a kill, this lane is over.
Well, yeah, the lane is over, but I'm saying, like, the game from here.
I do think this lane is playable for Camille, though. Like, it is playable.
It is, for sure.
You actually outlaned with W. Like, you're actually not bad here.
Well, you outrange with W, plus, like, as the game goes on, you just kill him, like,
Yeah.
It's really
That's why I
easy
said lane.
to kite him as well, with Q move speed. This is the least shitty in VOD review. I feel like we're both just out of it for some reason. Like,
Yeah, I'm really tired.
I mean, I could tell
So
you're really
basically-
tired, and yeah.
I'm tired because I ended up going to sleep a bit late, but also I woke up and I can't hear properly out of my left ear, and I think it's just like blocked from access and shit, and so I've just been like meh.
Meh.
And I basically woke
I
up and went
kind of-
insta into this.
I,
And I was like, fuck it, I'll just give her videos and then chill.
I think I'm gonna talk about the Mad games. Like, I think I also just... I focus way less when it's 2x speed, so it's whatever.
We can skip to the mad games after this and just bypass Rogue. Down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to watch Rogue more. To be honest.
Oh. See Rogue.
See Rogue.
Tabby's first, the inspiration for Idiot Proof Fame. Idiot Proof Vayne is just Vayne now, by the way. Like, Vayne resolved second with fucking full tank is like normal now. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
it's so weird.
it's like the fucking gargoyle stone plate veins. Okay, so from here, we have full topside control. We get the top wave in as G2. Should be rotating hard for bot, so I don't know why upset. Wow, we're actually just forcing ahead of. There's no way. No. This is not allowed on my screen. They actually TP'd back top? What? This is insane. G2, just go bot. Rise TP to match. This is free. Adam is giving up wave. Nah, they can't 3-man wonder like this. This is illegal. Because this is G2's window to play bot side. And they just let Fnatic kick them out like that? Nah. And now G2's gonna play for this side when Adam is just getting free turrets and is ahead of tempo. So why would G2 shift into bot there? Why wouldn't they at least try to like match Rise into... Well, game's over.
Oh, that trundle pillar was hilarious, by the way. I got a sick tweet from that fight.
You got a sick tweet from that fight.
Yes. Look what happens. So then I tweet, they actually unironically try to rise ult in front of Whippo, the PhD of rise ult mechanics. Banger.
The PhD of Rise ult mechanics.
Insta interactions.
Okay. So I kind of want to slow down and just finish this game, because I'm not... Okay. Camille and bot can actually get a decent flank angle, is actually a champion, because Adam's been giving waves to play out, so G2 can actually still win from this position pretty easily. They have Trist, Gragas would disengage, so as long as Gragas' assault is up, you should be able to like nullify Adam. Camille's staying somewhat competitive in this game. So Adam's just giving waves to make fast plays, and then G2 maintain tempo on the map. Wow, that's tragic. So I want to see how this is set up. So as soon as TF like fogs here, as G2, should be kind of scared. But they split, like Reckless decides he needs to do these wolves. Like you should just group really hard, like on either hover caps or like go catch this mid-wave. Which by the way, why is Reckless doing wolves when there's a mid-wave on his tower? This is what I want to know. These are the important questions that we must ask ourselves. Just collect them. Like they should have shifted as 3 to catch the mid-wave. As soon as TF fogged. If they do that, then there's no way that this is a play. But a really good trigger, really good like identification from Niski that they did that. Because they weren't showing on the mid-wave. If they're not showing on the mid-wave, my assumption would actually just be that they're hovering topside and too afraid to split. But I actually want to see... Does upset see them is the question. Because I want to see... Because they triggered TF port. Because I would just assume that they're all hovering Rise. And that this TF port would be useless if I'm Niski, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he gets it. He gets it. They ain't. You'd think Reckless would have guns, yes. Versus Leon TF. Alright. From here. What should happen is, out of bait, like G2 should play hard for top wave on that rotation, and now they should have a window for bot. I think you just skip this rift though for G2. It's not a rift, it's a Baron. Wow, I'm trolling. So yeah, now they're playing for bot. I don't think they have that good of a threat on Baron overall though, so it's fine for them to shift bot for this wave. Problem is now you're just like looking, someone's dying here for sure. Like walking in. Fnatic seem to get a lot out of this Baron bait tactic. That's all I'm gonna say. They play a lot of short range comps though. Like they play like Trist, All In,
Callista.
They play like Trist, Callista, they play a lot of, like, Niski is known more for melee champs, I think.
I mean, if TF is up, he will pick TF.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'll pick Ryze. And if neither of them are up, then short melee champs. But
like Silas.
yeah, I mean, his Lucian's really good, I think, but
Okay.
he doesn't get to play it much. I think their bot lane is basically
They
double
like,
melee, sure.
they like hard engage with Hillsong, right? They like All In.
Mhm.
So
Adam's champ pool is basically almost entirely champions that
So,
are
for
completely
me,
useless after laning phase.
So because like they're playing this type of comp, right? They're not gonna play like a range escalation game. Pulling Baron like is a legitimate strategy, right? Especially if you're gonna play like Aphelios, Ballista, all of Adam's champions, Renekton, Darius. And then just pulling Baron just becomes a viable strategy. You get a window for your TF or your Ryze, and then you just pull Baron. And force them to face check you. It's the only way you're gonna get reasonable fights. Either that, or you set up good flanks behind Dragon. But either way, you're basically controlling objective vision side really, really aggressively, right? So it makes sense that like their most comfortable and most common strategy is just pull Baron. Let's front to back them.
Why did they have to show the fucking G2 coaching place while they were losing, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels bad. Hey, Tenacity. Adam Chad Champool. True, he plays more than Aurelia, so very Chad Champool.
Oh, is that 100 Thieves Tenacity guy?
Not bad. Yeah. I heard you are doing well in US right now. I hope you're having a good time.
He's in EUS?
Yeah,
Why is he in EUS?
because 100 Thieves went to Worlds.
Oh, is he like a sub?
Yeah. He says he's losing his mind.
Welcome to EUS. You may be tempted to jump on the same meme as everyone else, but you are from North America, so for you, this place would actually seem quite chill. Consequently, I will just view you as a mindless fucking drone if you make the same meme as everyone else. Hey guys, Showmaker said that EUS is full of apes. Look, I think EUS is full of apes too. Ha ha ha, says the guy coming from the fucking Turkish server or some shit. Yeah, for sure, it's a legit opinion and feeling that you hold. Fucking hell. I'm coming from Latin America South. In my opinion, EUS is a really ape server, where there's only like 2 good players on each team. I'm not just imitating the Showmaker interview at all.
I'm not imitating the Showmaker at all.
Yes, I am not just trying to farm so people think I'm cool.
Oh gosh.
I don't just repeat whatever is the fucking buzz terms on Twitter in the vain attempt that no one will know. But they all
Letters
know
going
tenacity, and they have always known tenacity, alright? They just don't say it to your face, probably because they're American, and Americans don't do that.
Oh my god. Anyway, Fnatic are
Welcome to EU West, where we
running-
fucking do.
Someone is triggered by the Showmaker meme. Okay.
Oh, hey, Surty, you're actually quite good. I've seen that guy play.
There you go. You have a fan, Serty.
Said I recognized him instead of a fan.
There you go. Well, you said he was good, so I assume you're a fan. Alright, we're going to the Mad Lion series, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your stream. I'm done recommending a timeline. There you go. You've seen a
Oh, you're
timeline.
done?
You've seen
Okay,
them on
okay,
their
okay.
comfort. You've seen them on their comfort. You've seen them off their comfort. You've seen them play the tightest game that they've played. You've seen them play without Niski on TF. You've seen them, play really good TF game.
Do we
Just
want to
go
watch
watch Net now.
Do we want to watch Niski Cassio? I kind of want to watch Niski Cassio because I feel like
We
that's...
can if you want, but I also remember this game. It was kind of depressing. But yes, you can watch it.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is different to his other picks, right? Like by
Yeah,
a
it is.
significant
Yeah. It
amount,
would be worth.
so
It would be worth.
I think it's
Yeah, it would be
worth watching. Either that or we watch Niski.
I mean, I
Cassio.
liked Mads.
That's...
I think I liked Mads bands in relation to Niski, but
Mhm.
let's see.
Oh, I mean, if he spends the entire season playing like Rise, TF, Silas, that's not bad to go for that. Make EG send me to EU. I'll work on that. But okay, so Mad come out with we have to see how they respond to, because these are the types of champs that we were talking about, right? The TF, the Aphelios Renekton, which basically Mad have identified that Fnatic's entire strategy is around pulling and baiting Baron, so that'll be fun. The LEC logo in the middle of the wormhole, I don't know. Rise, so they banned TF and first pick Rise. So you're not going to pick Silas into that. You're going to pick Cassio or LeBlanc, right? He has played LeBlanc. We didn't watch the LeBlanc game. But I saw it in the match history, excuse me. And then they just go, they pick Ezreal into Ashe. So we know that they're going to have a weak side bot, and they're going to play for counter pick top, most likely. Most likely, I say, as they blind their top laner. They blind, they blind Gnar. That's a choice. They blind Gnar and Aurelia's up.
It's Armut. They're gonna blind Gnar or Wukong. That's
didn't.
it. It's Armut. Are they really gonna do Wukong
Okay,
into Cassio?
okay.
Probably not.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I guess Adam probably doesn't play like Aurelia either. This wouldn't be the worst Aurelia game. It's not comfortable to play into Braum, but in general they don't have a lot of hard.
Adam
CC,
doesn't play out.
so-
If the champion sounds like it could be useful after 20 minutes, he probably doesn't play.
So I would.
Other than Camille.
The top laners in EU just don't play Aurelia, I guess.
That's not true. I can see my plays Aurelia. Don't make me.
Who does?
Aggressivo loves
Aggressivo's not going to Worlds.
Oh, you got to talk about Promiscu Zanzibar for ages, so I can mention
No,
that.
I was talking about how both junglers were ganking against Cryo, which was really insta to me. So it wasn't the whatchamacallit thing, it was just a EU junglers thing.
Dreedy loves
Irelia
as
you tried
well.
to make it an Astralis thing when it was when Bwipo had literally just done the same thing like a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Grippo had to ward, or what? Oh no, that was Promiscu.
No, we were saying that if they had properly scouted Fnatic, Promiscu would have warded. But they didn't, so it was still on Fnatic, and then you went on a weird tangent about Promiscu for like 3 minutes, by the way. Where you're talking, oh yeah, he's gonna say, if we see them in the vision, then we don't need
Why are you still talking about Promiscu, by the way?
Why are we talking about Promiscu?
Yes! You can't stop!
You're the one who's
Holy.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
This is how Promiscu keeps getting teams, right?
Because you talk about him on my stream, I kind of
You're
that.
still talking about him!
Alright. We can talk about him because he's a Worlds finalist. Okay. The typical, Fnatic strategy, we must fast push the waves into the tower. We must do it.
I think I saw a skill capped video once that said that you have to hit the wave to get priority.
Okay, well, thank you, skill capped. I'm glad that.
Now, because of this, there are less minions on the
Why
enemy,
are we 2x
so
speeding again?
Hillison can hit hooks.
I'm done with this 2x speed bullshit. Okay.
I don't know, it's your stream.
So Elyoya, sorry, not Bwipo. Elyoya 3 ganked, finally a true jungler who listens to me.
And dies.
I mean, he didn't die. He's like, okay, so we talked about.
Listens to Kelsey once.
No, I think we talked about this though. Like, if you have no prio, you have to make like a play on a lane because you're probably gonna lose your camps anyway, right? So, like, he shows top with 3 camps. Of course, he's gonna get invaded, but he's gonna get invaded anyway. So at least he got a kill for it.
Yeah, but Surti is a hash browns connoisseur, so he's really good. Continue.
Yeah, he likes the McDonald's hash browns with hot chocolate. That's his breakfast. So.
Witty based, if you ask me.
But you have to do this if you're a jungler. Like, you have to, if your map is set up like this. Okay, so, wait, how did Kaiser get a window here? So Adam is doing the Adam thing, once again.
So there's an upset thing and there's an Adam thing.
Well, Adam is just like, I'm gonna crash wave and I'm just gonna hover mid. I like that Mad had this warded, though. I think that's really...
Okay, but the Adam thing sounds good, so these are different. Continue.
Well, the Adam thing shouldn't work if you know he's gonna do it. Like, Elyoya is also hovering here. So how did... Oh, okay, so Fnatic do this bot grab. That's how Braum gets a window. So I was like, how the fuck does Kaiser get a window to go mid here? But I like that, it's like Mad are acknowledging that their draft is shit, and so they're taking like the really small windows that they have open to them and identifying them right away, right? So that's nice. Good job, Mad. Okay. So once Rise gets Lost Chapter, which he's gotten pretty early just because he got a kill. Now Cassio should have a harder time in this lane.
Oh, okay. All's good.
Cleans. So Karzi has no cleanse. Oh my god. Upset is not hitting the bot wave mindlessly. It's a victory!
Yeah.
It's development on my screen.
I mean, you should slow push in this scenario where you have Xin moving towards bot side. The only issue
Yes.
is Rise. Like, you don't want to be caught on the next wave there, but Rise has no teleport, and Niski does have teleport, so I just assume if Rise did lean down,
Well, I'm
Niski would
just
reset
saying-
wave and TP, so you're safe to slow push him.
Yeah, but in situations where he should slow push, he does not, so I think this
Yeah, well,
is-
in the finals, he finally learned. There you go.
There you go. He learned in the finals, and they lost anyway. So now he can go back to his coach and say, I did what you said, and we still lost. So clearly you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Anyway, let's go.
Oh, if I just hit the wave, we would have won, like, against G2. Wait, bot lane was definitely the reason they...
Oh my god. Well, they got the TP, and then they disengaged, so this is good. This is not bad. But the problem is that now Ryze has a window. So Ryze and Elyoya can make a trade play on top side if they want after Armin's recall. They are
Hey,
just
we could
getting
have done
plates on
this
Ryze.
unless we hit the wave.
See, true. Okay, this is nice. I'll take this. The wife buff made him slow push the wave. I can see that. Okay, we're gonna see the replay here of the Hillsong catch. I don't like the thing that's weird is that they don't really. So they're pushing out on this wave. They know probably that the jungle is in their bot side. So of course they're gonna face check, try for warding. Which is why it's good. So Gnar gets way over top, but he should just be able to back off here. I think it's fine if they give this rift because they're not strong enough to contest if you're mad. So Mad will just trade for. I mean, maybe they get like one plate bot and then Ezreal recalls. I don't think they can get a lot. There's no Hillsong. That guy was dead if Hillsong aimed. I guess he anticipated that Gnar would sidestep or dodge, and Gnar just like kept walking in a straight line.
That's how I dodge every hook.
True. Oh, well, it's because they're just keeping the lane swap. So that's why Karsi can stay ball like this, get 2 plates. Are they gonna drop? They're not gonna overextend this play. Like, Ashe needs to recall. I feel like this is not a good trade unless they drop Rift, which they shouldn't really. So I don't think the best course of action is getting the Rift plates on upset. Meanwhile, this is happening mid. Why are they shifting hard to mid here? I mean, if they do this, like, Boko should shadow for sure. It's Boko on wolves. So unfortunate. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this sucks. Like, either you're going to drop Rift Stop, right? Because I would think that after they secure Rift and they almost get the kill under tower, they just crash.
Oh, this is where the whole game is over, by the way.
I mean, the whole game's over because they're playing a 4v5 after the fact that.
No, I remember being really tilted over this play.
After the fact that, like, Whippo is on wolves, and they should have just recalled, because Ezreal, like, letting Ezreal just stay there and get 4 plates bot is absolutely absurd as well, right? Like, either you're gonna kill the top turret down to 2 plates and drop Rift, but you don't want to do that because you don't want Ashe to be the one that's getting, like, the plate gold. Or you use Ashe Timer and go mid and force on mid with that. But then Whippo does wolves, and Mad just use their window to force mid, which is very strange. Are they gonna replay this entire sequence? I mean, I guess it was just one prolonged fight, so. Now Whippo's here, but Hillsong's low, had the flash already. Niski's ult doesn't really do anything. Niski also pretty low mana. I choose to blame Upset and Whippo for this sequence.
Why is it a choice?
because other people would blame the other players for reasons unknown. Like, look at that damage chart. Ryze did so much damage and Cassio did fuck all. This is
I feel like
Reddit.
that. Yeah, I feel like that's a choice on their part, not really a choice
Okay.
on your part. You're just going with.
Okay.
You're choosing to tell the truth.
Got it.
I feel that's a choice.
That is a choice, though. I'm choosing to tell the truth. Oh, being top. Oh, the game's just over. So.
I mean, game was over on last play. Game continues to be over.
Because you've got an absurdly fed Ryze and a fairly fed Viego.
I feel like approach velocity is overrated on Ashe, by the way.
What would you rather have?
Gathering Storm, Absolute Focus.
Sure. I mean, I think that's fine, but you're not going to be the primary scaling damage carry anyway. So.
I see what you get from Absolute Focus. Not Absolute Focus, from approach velocity.
Like, versus this comp, you can probably free hit, but you're just going to get poked out by Ezreal anyway.
What happened to EU this split? We had EU's been getting worse for the last 4 splits, for starters. And next off this split, multiple teams did massive roster changes post-spring. That meant that plenty of teams were starting from flat. And as a result, the entire development of the league dramatically dropped. Because you're not able to build upon the things you were building on last split if you were a full team still, split for split. Because the people that you were against are now starting from scratch, so you're not going to learn anything from playing them, right? And the people who start from scratch is self-evident, right? Especially if you're starting from scratch with a fucking auto-filled jungler, which 2 teams were. Teams like Vitality didn't even get their full roster until halfway through the split. you know, and they took one of these two finalists to 5 games. So this we didn't have really outside of G2 and Rogue. We didn't. Well, G2 Rogue Mad, right? Those teams played the same 5 for the full split. G2 arguably made a big roster change between spring summer, but they didn't really drop anyone, right? This makes Rogue much more open to criticism, by the way, the fact that they maintained that 5 and didn't develop. But the counterpoint to that is that given that so many of the other teams just straight flipped halfway through, like, yeah.
So, call on bot. Nars recalled here, so the assumption should be we don't see Nar on this wave, that he'll be heading back top. After, like, Rai should recall here.
4
But they
splits,
see
so
Rise
2
on
years.
This, they see Rise on the spot wave. They know Nar is not here, right? Like, either Nar is because they have full vision, and Nar didn't touch that top wave, so this play is like really free, right? Or should be. Nar keeping back on mini Nar is useless. So this was like good identification. I think like the thing that I really like about Fnatic the most is just kind of what I like about both Mad and Fnatic actually from the VODs that we've watched so far is just that they acknowledge the small windows and don't really hesitate on them, right? I think the problem with Fnatic is that they suck at creating windows.
Yeah, but Hillistong's always been really good at that. It's just his judgment's off sometimes. But yeah.
But I would say that they don't really like set up the map to create their own windows, but when windows exist because like the enemy team gives tempo, they trigger pull on it really well, right? So that's like kind of how I'm seeing Fnatic play. They do not hesitate to force, which is fine. But like for me the real kind of point of condemnation was like the Callista game. Just in terms of how they were functioning. In terms of mid-game, I think they understand more or less how most of their drafts want to play, so they will play like these, kind of. To force into us style comps. Bam. If there was a Vayne second pick. I mean, unironically, Vayne second pick is probably effective against Fnatic. What are they gonna do? Not pick a melee champion for top? We should watch this, and we should watch the game that Fnatic win, I guess.
Which is, yeah, the Vayne game.
Yeah,
That was quite weird.
I'm sure it was.
I have an hour and a half.
I'll probably go after the next game.
Okay.
We need more music. It's just real estate ads. That's a playlist, apparently. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have a really long window now for bot side. They should just 0-3-2. as Mad Lions. But they just contest through mid and Humanoid dies. Thank you. Thank you, Mad Lions. Okay. No, he didn't die. That's good. This is weird. They should have... So they either make this fast play or they have someone on mid-wave. Because Ryze is now completely zoned out, so they don't have to commit to this dragon. They can now collapse like behind Mad, because Mad are just pushing up really, really far. But instead they commit to this Drake. So that's kind of weird. This is where we talk about the over Drake prio. Yep, we use TP. Like, this should be a reasonable fight for Fnatic. I say as Miski insta-dies. I mean, blows. But if, like, after they zoned Humanoid out, right? If they just collapse from behind here and then Niski TP's to cut them off on top side, it's already better. So they should just skip the Drake and fight this, I think. If they do that, then I think it goes better. Like, Ryze will still TP, but at least you lose a lot more bot for it. And you should probably channel TP on Niski like before Fnatic turns and collapses.
Yay, Fnatic are winning the fight. Kind of. I mean, they lost the fight, but, you know, they're also winning. Winning is a process, you know, not a result, you know?
It's a process? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just saying that they could have set that up better. That's all.
Winning is a process.
Well, they win the next game. We have spoilers, so.
Yeah. Because of this fight.
Yeah. Exactly. See, this was almost good. Niski doesn't insta-die. With the Zinni.
So we are blaming Niski. Got it.
Yes, always. It's always Niski's fault. And I don't know why they felt the need to pull the dragon when Karzi and Kaiser and Olioya were like way far pushed up mid. So I don't know, it's whatever. And you had a flank TP ward. Inting? Inting? Inting on my screen? Ooh. It's a process. Okay, and no one on Fnatic is gonna address that bot wave, so Ryze can also just push it.
Waves are illusions.
Karzi, they should just shift into mid here if they're not gonna recall. Like, Ryze should recall though, probably. Or Ezreal should recall, I should say. Ryze, I think, already recalled? I'm not sure. We'll see. Not paying attention. Well, now you know what hedging is, logic, so that's fine. Yeah, Ryze already recalled, so he should just get this wave while Ezreal shifts into mid. It's kind of weird.
What do you think about
Ezreal has to
Winzoo's on
back.
Ashe?
Is it the weird build with like the Wits End shield bow Gwinsu's? If it's Wits End Gwinsu's, I don't mind, but it depends on, or if it's Gwinsu's a shield bow, I don't mind, but it's like you have to be able to free hit. Versus this comp, you can kind of free hit. You outrange most people.
I think it's just bad.
You can go attack
I think you
speed.
never go Gwinzoo's. If you go with Send, it's best to just go into LDR or PD after. And
Yeah, that's why I
continue
said
to
I
go
don't
quick.
think you should go both. But you can go like Gwinsu's if you without Wits End.
I mean, if you're not going with Send, why not just go full crit?
Because you can free hit and you get crit anyway.
So?
So,
I mean, it just doesn't do more damage. Like,
if you can free hit, it does more damage, no?
you free hit, but you got LDR instead, or free hit and you got PD instead, or free hit
It
and you got
depends on,
IE instead, depending on when you bought it.
I mean,
But
PD sucks. Let's be real.
PD doesn't suck. PD is astro good.
PD sucks compared to Gwinsu's, I think. You just want to attack item. And I think if you go like LDR, it's good. It's better, but I think PD is like one of the most overbuilt items in the game.
Why?
It just doesn't do that much damage for you compared to like almost anything else you could buy.
I mean, I think LDRs are underrated in relation to it, but if you're gonna go Zeal item, I think PD's the best by far.
Yeah, so that's why you can go Gwinsu's instead of PD.
No.
Like, it hardly gives you anything. It gives you like some attack speed.
It gives you a shit ton of attack speed and MS.
Just do like some attack speed, some MS, but it's just like an item that it feels like a half item. It doesn't feel like a completed item.
I strongly disagree. I understand how you could say that. Half item compared to what?
Like, it feels like a component item rather than a full item. Like a legendary item, is they're called.
Oh, they caught now.
Bam. Let's look, it's the classic Fnatic pull the Baron. Make them face check into a strat. We got it. We found it, guys. And here I wonder if, like, just looking at this map state, so you have Cassio.
Do I have Jill's calculations on hand? Jill's Ash calculations? I think they're on her Twitter.
So, like, here in this case, I can almost see it being worth to just, like, give Baron, because you have a big wave mid. We can even have someone theoretically as mad like poke over wall, but Fnatic are just willing to kind of give this wave mid and potentially like mid power mid inhib to force this like face check, which they kind of have to, right? But if I'm mad, like I would think it might even just be worth to just keep pushing mid and get burn.
I mean, if they have any sweepers, I think they can set up for Ezreal to just keep poking them, and that can actually be good for Mad. I don't know why they just ran at them the way that they did. I have no idea how it ends up working as well. That's a bit more confusing, actually.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Because Hilisan could easily have gotten out alive and he decided to die. Like, if he had ult, I could understand moving into that try to ult, but then he just, like, walks up just to die with everyone else. He could have easily just kept going right there. I don't know. I don't know why he walked back in. What's the plan here? What are we doing? They just all die. Why not?
United in death.
Oh, what the fuck was the point of that? They just, like, all walk up to die.
Well, this was fun. Alright, I just feel like there's not a lot else to say about this game. We will move on to the next game, so we can get it in.
What did you think about Niski's Cassiopeia? That's what you wanted to watch it for?
Yeah, I didn't really get much info on Niski's Cassio because just through the game.
Nice yawn, nice stretching.
Yeah.
Very invested. Yep, this is a high quality VOD.
Yeah.
Can't know anyone.
And they just ended the game. There's not much to say.
I have managed to secure Heaver for my E-Masters viewing.
Nice.
See you all. This is an upgrade.
Kiva secured. Alright, this will be the last one, guys. The Vayne game. It's another TF game, so we're gonna... Basically, the conclusion is gonna be Niski on TF good. Hooray. Why didn't they actually know drafts for this series? Why didn't they ban... Yeah, they banned TF in all 3 other games.
Actually, the only time I haven't been out of it is when I was just randomly flaming some NA amateur guy. Anyway, continue.
Which guy were you flaming?
Tenacity, remember?
He's not amateur, he's academy.
I don't fucking know. Last time I watched him, he was an amateur.
Okay.
You can be LCS and I'll call you amateur in that region, okay?
And you
I
weren't
don't give a
even
fuck.
flaming him. You were ranting about an arbitrary situation in which he would say that US solo queue is bad, but he said people are mechanically better on a US solo queue. So it was very weird. It was an interesting adventure.
Yeah, this is a really weird Vayne situation, to be honest. I don't know why he picks it. I mean, honestly, I think you can almost blind pick Vayne now in current state.
Well, you
but...
can pick Vayne into like Silas, Diego. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, without seeing support, just
GP
assuming they're going to do a tank support.
Yeah, I mean the GP is weird. I think you kind of want to take support if you're gonna play like Silas skirmish.
They pick Karma.
Well,
Because I was thinking, like, I guess we make the assumption, sure, but if they go something like Karma, then it's doomed, right? And then they lock in Karma. I don't know.
At the lane should be really hard to play with versus Karma, but
Honestly, you just go longsword
I
3 pots
also-
into insta vampiric scepter.
I mean, I also don't think that playing Vayne into Karma in mid game is that bad. So
Yeah, no, mid game it's not bad. Just you have a clear area to play around it.
mhm. But I look at the rest of this draft and I just don't think anyone kills Vayne, right? So the most annoying thing for her is to like play versus GP. Like GP is definitely the most annoying. Like, if GP gets a decent setup through side prio, then face checking into GP is gonna fucking suck. For Vayne. Yeah, B2 is also second pick. Starting late. You're just more excited about flaming NA players than
I'm chilling until E Masters begins, okay?
watching oh god, where
I'm saving all my energy for the grand finals of the
Wait,
best development
why am I
league in the
watching
world.
this game? Is this it literally just starts with I think I remember watching this. Holy shit. Why am I watching this game?
Oh, this
Ah!
was actually hilarious. Yeah, no, they got around that problem by, 5-manning a first blood, so.
Both teams just okay, so let's examine the decision making here that goes into this choice. Everyone just runs bot. I guess if you're watching, like Mad did this in the previous game, right? I mean, if you have Trundle set TF, you should just match them if they're gonna do this shit.
Yeah, so now we've gotten rid of the initial fear.
Yep. 30.
This is before idiot-proof Vayne became a thing, so this is Hell of Blades, instead of just going PTA Resolve second, and just Astro chilling.
They just show past the bush. I mean, they know they're there.
Certi, there's a part
Nice.
before the Masters that you might want to look at.
Whew.
I mean, as a vassal state, I can understand why you'd think you could enter, but yeah. So, is he worse than Pride? Oh, God. Don't remind me that Pride made it to finals, actually. That's actually pretty nuts. But then again, Bando did win the whole thing, so he's far from the worst top laner to have reached finals.
I just want to point out that all you do is flame E the tops. chroma, so.
That's not true. Cabo shots.
So
No,
basically-
3D's been doing really well.
So basically, he targeted the one EU top that you refused to.
3D and Aggressivo are really good from this tournament. Kakos is good, Sinmivak is good. Who else is good? Marky is really good. Who else?
Okay, with 3 camp top. I mean, they should lose. He should lose his entire bot side for this. There you go, Elioya. Hooray. Are we gonna feed Vayne more kills? Is that what happens here?
E-Master starts in 1 hour 10 minutes.
Nope.
So Kelsey's gonna finish this. I'm gonna put on clothes. I'm gonna get some tea to wake up. Maybe go for a quick walk, and then I will invite Eva on stream, and we will watch E-Masters, and I will talk. Whereas here, I've been like, yeah, you can watch this VOD, I guess. Lol, funny. Yes, Kelsey, whatever it is you just said.
Pretty much. You've
That
not
basically
been
means-
paying attention to me at all. It's fine. It's whatever.
Okay. Right. I would have expected that to be ending on like to the games at all, but no, it's to you. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
I understand. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
There's no conversation
Alright.
back and forth.
Yeah, okay.
No, you've been moved down the guest tier list because you like the
Guys,
JV
give-
logo.
Give Kelsey attention. She needs it.
Exactly. So did we reach? What is this game? I'm just watching this and it's like, so first of all, I think if you see Trundle Top, you can't just start his camps. Like it's not the end of the world. He doesn't have to lean all the way bot here to make sure Mad get their wave in. They're gonna get their wave in. Like even if Vayne has a longsword, it's not like she can do anything to stop this wave from hitting the tower. So he could have just already pulled the goddamn raptors, right? Second thing, I don't know, like, you literally know that they're in your jungle, Whippo. My dude.
My dude.
My dude. Meanwhile,
Love some my dudes.
we just end and die.
Bro. Hello. Oh, why are we meleeing a Trundle as karma? Oft! Because he's just the greatest AD carry of all time.
And Hillsong is saving Elioya. So, we have that going for us. But the TP!
Yeah. This TP is clutch. So yeah, he was just dead the moment the F was pressed.
Well, the TP is important because otherwise he could have ran up and potentially gotten out.
Yes. Yes! That's a really good analysis, actually.
What is wrong with you? I mean, Nisky is in a position to defend Raptors, but he doesn't have to know that he's there on the Raptors. And your bot lane will rotate anyway. Okay,
Oh,
well, now we're
There
just
are
diving.
5 people bot lane. It must be a Fnatic
It
game.
must be a Fnatic game. Okay, so Nisky just consistently does this for base. I know, she's
Yeah.
not a base.
Do you have a problem with it?
I'm just trying to think who TP is. It's Adam, right?
What? No, Nisky TP'd mid. And then Adam TP'd bot.
Yeah, I know Nisky TP'd mid. I'm saying who TP's from TP's bot. It was Adam. I checked.
Yes. I concur.
Okay. Got it. We killed them. Hooray.
That felt really bad for Humanoid in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, Humanoid's fucked now. His wave is so sad. And he died. And I mean, it's nice for Armut, but
It's nice for Aoyaya.
it's nice for Armut and Alioya, and those are the two characters that can actually kill Vayne, so I guess there's that.
Hooray!
That's the nice thing about it. Humanoid learned this play, this TP bot and die play from Jensen. Sick play, man. I mean, that's pretty much what Jensen does, as we learned in the TL VOD review, so. Defensively TP bot and die. It's the way. Why does Karzi use heal? I don't know. I assume I don't know in which situation you're referring to, because I'm already past it. Okay. I feel like these games are just over in like 5 minutes. But I do want to see how, here, we'll go.
I want to see how Fnatic close it though,
Yeah,
right? Because they had issues closing before. Here's the Drake priority that you so hate again, maybe biting them in the arse. Nice, yes, we'll just ED Ezreal away, there's no counterplay. Did Upset didn't get a shot on? Okay, that was weird.
Well, Drake priority is fine because it's not like you can set up the wave to die of his Vayne, so you want to lure them into like a place where you can take a fight with Vayne, just like the Drake. But the problem is that Vayne's always gonna rotate late anyway, so gotta. Because you think you're setting up the map such that you basically stays mid and you're playing hard for Vayne side would be a good map setup, but I don't know if they will do that. We'll see. Do they immediately rotate for this rift? No? Well, Whippo does. He wants it. He's ready for the Rift Herald. Yeah, Upset got... When did Upset get the wave in? Bot. So, the wave is just in after this. They should... Rakan wants to recall to help with the Rift. So, Vayne should also just back. And then there's no play here. Was Mad... shifting? Mad's actually shifting on this? There's no way. Ah, nah. Nah, no, I refuse to allow this to be real. Because Upset just gets that wave in, it backs out, and then this is not a play at all. Rakan should already be rotating for Rift Herald. This is a desperation play.
It's 4 people mid, but it's not Fnatic. 4 people bot, I mean.
Yeah,
Holy shit, I'm out of it.
That would be
I am so out of it.
TL play. Grant, then we get the mid T1 off of Mad overcommitting to bot, but Mad don't really have a lot of options other than overcommitting to one side because they lose everywhere. Except for maybe top. I mean, Adam's pretty strong, he's got 3 kills. And GP hasn't completed Thunder Triforce. Upset just ease people away permanently.
That is vain.
That is the goal of his E, is to E people away from him rather than into the wall. I get that Vayne is like fun in team fights and skirmishes, but just the thought of playing Vayne in a lane scenario sounds so painful. Because you're just, one day these creeps will die. One day.
Yeah.
One
But
day.
it's fine because if enemy support is ever not with their ADC, you just run them down. So
Yeah. You don't farm creeps, you farm champions.
exactly, and then you farm creeps.
You let the tower do most of the work for you.
True. Base tower.
Thank you, tower. Thank you for all of it. So they have Rift. I mean, Humanoid should lose this now. But upset it's.
It's not uncommon. Nisky
Just
is
no
once
mana.
again teleports behind you. I love how your sub goal is 13, though. Or is 5, but you have 13.
Yeah, it's because 100 Talk Pod came on and gifted 10 subs, so usually doesn't happen. And Munchables gifted 5, so,
Yay!
earlier, so it's all together. Alright. This is probably the most boring bot review that I have done so far. I will be honest about that. This one was kind of half-assed.
Alright. Cheers.
Yeah. And I'm
Look, I
blaming
got
you.
up and I did it, right?
Alright. Sounds good. So we got Wave it all the way bot, in control jungle, recall. So I do want to see how they're going to set up this map here. I'm very curious. It's mostly all I want, but they're just chasing Humanoid. The bot was in. They are recalling on Gigantic Timer. Upset is greeting for 2 creeps before he gets his recall in. So now they're going to make this topside play. Is this good? This is fine. I don't think Adam has to go bot here in any way. So I could have been setting this up all the way from here, because I'm thinking to myself, okay, someone's going to show on the spot wave, so we immediately shifted to topside. We do not have to care too much about this wave. If Adam's already shifting into topside here and hovering, then like I think Humanoid's just dead. No? Ezreal showing on this mid wave. There should be no counterplay.
See ya.
Killed Kaiser anyway.
This is why we only let our support players play melee champs,
They're
because
not-
they all go melee anyway.
They're not letting yeah, Adam's just not showing, so they're not sure where he for like the last 2 minutes. So well, now that Bane is showing top and Adam's showing bot, this should be way better for Mad, right? They can actually look for counter. Well, no.
I mean, this situation for
Upset's
Mad's nice if
rotated.
they just disengage the fuck out of this.
Well, yeah, they disengaged after this, but they tried to go for this fast pick here, but I think they just are too behind. So, sucks. Wildbot. Watching FNC does make me feel like using the dumpster.
Yeah, and I got told how to do it again, by the way. So,
There you go.
excuse me for
And
chilling.
you could have said no. I'm just saying.
Well, that wouldn't have been very nice.
Okay, now we
If
have
you can't
gigantic
be
window for
nice
top,
to
so
people.
Set your push up bot all the way. We still have Vayne on mid, so we haven't done anything remotely interesting with our lane assignments. It's fine, it's whatever. I have no expectations. So we're contesting mid wave with Adam faking that he could be hovering when everyone knows he's not. He's slow pushing this bot wave when I feel like he should have just hit it. If Adam was hitting this bot wave instead of doing Krugs, this would have been a good timer, and TF wouldn't have had to show on this mid wave. They're getting debated by GP ulti at every turn. Maxlor, yes. You Masters group stage. It's Maxlor. Okay. Here we go.
I mean, the reset from Armor is nice, but Adam will actually have TP up for Drake, so. And Armor has no ult.
But they are now letting TF get the mid wave and putting Bane in bot, which is fine. This is what I've been asking for this entire game. Adam is able to rotate. GP is showing as soon as the Drake spawns. This is just free. Now they have a bot wave to play on with GP ults down. Hooray! Hooray. Adam should not Try to play this. Okay, I like this play.
Oft. Oh!
What was that noise? Are you a turkey?
Because Armut fucking teleported to flank the flanking GP play.
The flanking GP play.
Nothing more useful in life than a flanking GP.
Hooray! Well, this is just like the most obvious play to do, right? So you can immediately go on the
What,
bot
flank
wave.
with GP?
No, I'm talking about Fnatic. You
Yeah,
can immediately
yeah.
go on the bot wave, you already have TF hitting the mid wave, you're
Yeah.
ahead up the play, like obviously this is gonna happen, right? So
What
then
was this?
Armut
This supposed to
TPs.
go?
Armut
Oh, what's
TPs
supposed
instead
to
of
go?
taping staying top and trying to make a trade play because like the rest of match.
He has ult and everything.
So,
like, yeah, top's so good for him to make a play. He just presses R and then makes play. And, you know, just do exactly what it's supposed to do with
you know
GP.
the thing that he's been doing this entire game, right? Yeah, like that thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Armor, like all top laners exist in a weird state where they're either really overrated or really underrated. I don't know.
I personally think Someday is better than Armut, but that's about it. So, just from what I've seen of
The
him
only
so far.
top I rate highly is Odo.
So
That's it. I mean, I rate Alfari highly, but I meant people who aren't retired.
after doing the TL VOD review, I'm actually kind of disappointed by Alfari. That's all I will have to say.
I think he's in an A.
I'm disappointed by how TL plays around advantages in general.
I can't comment on this at all because I don't watch TM. Maybe they are just
You
not
can
good
check out
as a team.
my VOD review of TL.
Oh, where can I check that out?
YouTube.com/KARONMOSER. So.
You didn't do yourself any favors by calling yourself that, by the way.
It's funny. Everyone make fun of Kelsey's name. It's not the original.
Your name
original
isn't Callan.
Your name isn't Veteran.
Well, yeah, but it's cool that it is.
Okay.
Calling myself Veteran does do me favors.
I mean, it immediately evokes like older gentlemen in my mind.
Okay, but it doesn't immediately evoke white piece of shit, so doing an upgrade.
Okay. Karen is also not spelled with an E. Just throwing that out there.
True, but phonetically it's the same. As I can tell, because you just made a meme about hearing it all the time.
No, but people just say my name is bad. I don't specifically, I'm not saying specifically the thing. It doesn't matter. Fnatic are playing the map fine. It's like nothing spectacular, but they aren't like horrendously inting their tempo, which is refreshing because most of the teams that I've reviewed so far actually just do. So that's good.
I mean, this game's had a monumental lead for a while. The weird thing is that Mad have been really, really bad at playing the few opportunities they get anyway. So it's kind of doubly impressive that Fnatic aren't closing well.
What do you mean they're not closing well? It's 20 minutes.
It's 22 minutes with a lead that was like 8k at 10.
They also don't have any wave clear out of TF. Like they're basically relying on.
That is true. Oft.
They're basically relying on Mad to opt into fights versus them.
Wait.
So without pushing.
Nah, no shot. This is working. Okay, this works. Nah. Okay, that was Thick by
Oh.
Hylissang, if you know
Well.
anyone existed. Elliot stole the Drake.
Yeah.
No,
Well.
so I don't know why the rest of them
Well.
moved up for that. Like they just want to die here. Like, but
This is actually like a case where it's bad for them to just pull the objective and make them face check kind of comp, right?
but this is how they close.
But this is
It's kind of like
their.
watching AGO rogue.
But it's like they actually did make plays for, you know, certain like turrets on good windows, but the problem was is that GP just had ult. So that stalled out the game. Like, I don't think Fnatic are horrendously bad at closing games. I just think that their main go-to play is we're going to pull the objective and make you face check us, which is fine. But I actually thought that they played.
Well, that's contextually fine. It's not.
Yeah, I mean it's how their comps want to play, but I actually feel like they've been playing the map better this game in terms of like playing out 2 lanes, maintaining tempo on strong side with recalls, things like that. Like, this is a game where they should normally not want to face check, because if GP gets good setup, that's the one way Vayne dies, right? So you should just keep Vayne in a side lane and have TF catch mid wave and hard rotated to Vayne's lane, as opposed to like
I agree on that, yes, but they don't do that.
Well, they did that for a little bit, not here though. Like
I think they did that in mid game. I think they did that in mid game for economy. I don't think they did it to try to like close the game. I think they did it for economy.
Okay, they did it.
Yeah, but we're talking about closing the game.
Well,
they don't like once it gets to.
Well, they maintain map control that way though. Like they maintain map control and they stayed ahead of Mand on all rotations.
Well, I agree that's a byproduct of what happened. I think if they were thinking about that as a map control play, they would still be doing it.
I think if they were
but they don't.
thinking about that as for economy only, they would have greeted all their recalls. And they didn't, so. Like, they can fuck up and take, like, bad fights now just because they don't know how to close, but the way that they were playing for turrets made sense. But now all of the tier 2s are gone, right? That's the main difference. It's really hard to play the way they were playing for, like, inhibitors, turrets. No, Vayne should not match GP. I don't think. It's doable, it's kind of like doable in side lane, but it's not the most ideal. Like, Vayne should match, Silas. Because now they're in a spot where it's like hard for them to use Vayne to try to siege like base turrets, so they're trying to bait like Mad into fighting them in like more open fields, but the problem is that they're like chasing into Mad or not setting it up well. Mad just have space to poke and drop GP ult and set up barrels and get on top of Vayne and she just dies. No, that is not the same at all. TES play best when, like last year's TES, they played with like open range and just range escalation game.
Oh, look, that
And
wave going that way,
played, like,
that wave going that way.
5 on mid wave perma.
Oft. The fucking arrows.
Ah! How is this allowed?
Oh god.
How is this allowed?
I don't know, ask them.
Like, you have a Rakan and a set.
Yeah, and they were hitting the bat.
Why though?
They're actually angled. But they I don't know. You should always have people's zone here. Actually, Adam's not really in. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck the point of this was. Just me hit Baron. Baron hit good.
Baron hit good. I hit Baron with my Rakan autos and my...
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Hit Baron good. Not hit Baron bad.
Fnatic does indeed actually win this game. Spoilers.
Yeah. Eventually. I mean, you say spoilers, but they've been like 10k gold ahead for ages.
I mean, but people in my chat are asking, do they actually win this game?
Yeah, they win this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see why.
They should, as long as they
I was
are...
saying, the basis of this series, Peter thought that Whippo should move up to S+ tier, but whatever.
Well, he does do the running at them, so...
Me run at. Me trump them.
I don't know about the bad Niski port, but we'll take it.
I don't know about upset hitting are there either.
And did
They're
they
just like, it's go time.
Did they think it was
Yeah,
just
they
like
both pressed up.
one person on
They were
the
like,
wave, or
oh,
what?
Ezreal's caught. And then
It's Ezreal's caught by Trundle Pillar. It's insane.
and then they just hit up. Fuck it. We got them, boys.
Zero wave clear outside of TF, so goes a long way. Giving the mid wave after you use your ults.
Another devastating
Yes,
Hillisang
I'm
flank.
It's caught. Well, they
Another
got the
game-changing
oh my God,
Hillisang flank.
It's like when
for a long
Adam
time.
in the other game, he walked up so that Upset, he got caught so that they chased him and Upset could get the mid wave. That's what happened just there as well.
There you go. Yeah, worth trade.
Whereas,
I mean, at some point, Mad Lion just conveyor belt into Vayne, like one by one by one by one, and it was so weird to watch. Yeah, I think we're reaching that point. Yeah. Now they're just all isolated for no real reason. They just decide why not.
well, like Fnatic have one source of wave clear, right? So they should be playing like 2 lanes with their Baron, but they just all grouped 5 mid. So, and then the thing is that Ezreal shouldn't die if they said someone decide. Like Ezreal shouldn't get CC'd. They don't have a lot of like guaranteed CC outside of TF Gold card.
Yep. Plus, Karma has McKells, so
Yeah.
I don't know. This really shouldn't have happened. Again, Fnatic successes make me feel bad for Europe.
Fnatic success is what we feel about.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's always pure int, though. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a 32-minute game where they had like a 10k gold lead at 10 minutes. Like, okay, 8k gold lead. But
And
still,
so
like,
let's talk about what Fnatic could have done better specifically. So they ended up like playing for Vayne side, right? Which we did. What we want is for them to get control of an area, and then like look for basically a pick where they're dragging them across the map. more or less how they do, but then they just go to neutrals and pull, or they face check into areas where Mad already have set up, when there should reasonably be no areas where Mad already have set up, unless like Mad are retaking on a late rotation after Fnatic swapped to the other strong side, right? Those should be like the two situations where that should be how Fnatic is looking to play, but they just ran to neutrals and pulled, letting like Ezreal get free poke on them when they were grouped, or they walked into areas that were set up with like GP barrels and yeah, just in general. So yeah, it was a little awkward. I think the general takeaway from me though is that overall, when Fnatic are drafting like the way that they do, you can tell whether or not they're going to win a game by whether or not they have like those types of setups that aids them if you're face checking them, so they can just pull Baron. And then I think that they have decent recognition of windows that are given to them, but they do not really play well to set up and create their own windows. So it's kind of where I am with Fnatic. They really need to change the way that they're playing, like bot, and in this case, a small champ pool. And that's about it. Yay. Any closing thoughts, veteran?
Wherever you said was probably some approximation of correct. Can I go now?
Alright. Thanks, everyone. I'll upload the VOD. Sorry today was a little bit lower energy. I'm not gonna blame veteran for all of it, but
I was super low energy. I don't know. Like
very
I'm
low
gonna
energy
try to go for a
and-
walking shit
and-
before my own stream.
and
Like-
only half paying attention to what was on the screen. So there you go. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. Enjoy you Masters. I assume a lot of you are gonna head over for that. So.
You can rate my stream so they know what to follow.
But you're not streaming,
Whatever.
so kind of hard to rate your stream. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.